Before we get to recap, which I'm definitely gonna need because it's been now a week since we last played. I've only remembered literally one thing that happened last Saturday. I wanted to science. It's science time on the channel. I always say this. My streams, um, uh, sorry about that. My streams, I always say the most educational available out there. You come to my stream, you're gonna learn something at least once every day. I'm always saying this. So we got a science check-in for us today. I'll hit up Higurashi as we do this. So I've got myself an article, a science article here that I'd love to read just a bit from. This is titled or article. It's just a post. It's a thing. And I wanted to open up the game because we need the background of the cicadas making their noise, because this article says a rare burst of billions of cicadas will rewire our ecosystems for years to come. In forests across the Midwest and Southeast, the ground is about to erupt with billions of loud, protein-packed cicadas. They'll buzz for about a few weeks as they search for mates, providing snacks for pretty much every living creature in the forest, from songbirds and swans to frogs and even fish. Now, here's the most important part. This is an especially big year for these red-eyed bugs, broods 19 and brood 13, which pop up every 13 years and 17 years, respectively, are emerging at once. The last time such an event happened was the spring of 1803, when Thomas Jefferson was president. It will be hundreds of years before it happens again. While the insect explosion will be brief, it will shape forests for years to come. The binge fest that birds enjoy during these periods supersize their families and in turn shift the eating and hunting patterns of many other species. These effects send ripples through the ecosystem. As one recent study puts it, pulses of periodical cicadas can rewire entire forest food webs. Call it the cicada effect. So basically, these broods of cicadas, one of them happen every 13 years, another one happens every 17 years. They're meeting. They haven't met. The time has overlapped. Hasn't happened since 1800s. So we're prepping for billions of cicadas all of a sudden. I just saw that, this past week. I thought it'd be thematically appropriate. Like I said, most educational stream available out there right here. You learn something. Science. Bugs. Intelligence. Cicadas. I'm a very unserious person. Okay. What we need to hit up recap. What the hell happened? Like I said, it's been a week since we last played. I remember one thing, and it was, as I named the title of this stream, the Irie versus Oishi stare down match, where Kechi was the piece caught in the middle. Oishi got physical with him, dug his hands into his back in a weird demonstration of power. Irie kind of broke that up, brought him into the nurse's office at the school. The two of them had a little bit of talk, and basically the biggest thing I remember from that talk they had was that Irie clearly doesn't like Oishi, and Irie says that the village thinks that Oishi is like the servant of the one spirit. Fucking, why can't I remember his name? I was like a bunch of O's. I'm thinking O's, and things. But you guys know what I'm talking about. I don't need to be accurate. Let me see. Let's see what chat's saying. Oh yeah, Satoko missed school, so that's why he showed up in the first place, it seemed like. He was kind of like just doing his thing. Oh yeah, Oishi didn't know that that she missed school. He was just trying to find her, and then was like, yeah, he was asking around, and he's like, hey, can you call Satoko for me? And everyone was like, why? That's a really weird thing to ask. And then, yeah, at some point it slipped. Yeah, Satoko didn't make it to school. I had my theory that, you know, I don't want to 100% rule out right now. I'm not willing to give Irie the benefit of the doubt until a lot of things change. Let's just be honest, all right? I'm going to continue to think Irie is someone to not be trusted and also be sketchy and potentially be doing bad things until massively proven otherwise. That's how it's going to have to stay. So, apologies to potentially any Irie lovers out there. I just have to remain critical. I have to remain guarded against this guy. Oh yeah, Rika was sad, but she showed up late, but we didn't necessarily get out of her what it was, why she was sad, but I mean, the assumptions I was quick to throw out assumptions. I definitely was jumping to conclusions possibly, but again, refuse to change them until proven otherwise. Irie seems almost as important in this chapter as Shion was the previous one. I agree. Usually in chapters we get like what ends up being like, how do I put this? The catalyst character, right? You get, in each chapter, right? The chapters seem to be focused around seemingly one of the members of the club, right? So first chapter, it was seemingly kind of like Rina. 2 was fucking Mion. 3 seems to be Satoko. But then, other than the focus of the club character, you also get what I call like a catalyst character. You get a side character that kind of like brings in almost like the inciting incident. Obviously, it's not perfect science, but like in chapter 2, you had like Shion and sort of like blonde-haired lady. In this chapter, we have Irie and potentially Oishi has like a bigger role maybe as being like this catalyst, as being this like reacting agent. If I'm curious, I'm about halfway point of this chapter. Nice. We love to see progress. We love to see it. About chapter 1 and 2, midpoint seemed to be around Watanagashi. I'm assuming it'd be the same this time. Okay. Yeah, I'd be shocked if we did not see the Watanagashi festival today, if this chapter is built structurally like the first 2 chapters. In my opinion, I would be like, damn, if we don't see the festival tonight, then I'd be like, it feels paced differently. So wait, is there nothing else to talk about? Like, what else happened on last Saturday? So like, I mean, I talked about the thing with Irie and Satoko. They had their meat festival. Yeah, the meat parade, meat party. Yeah, the meat thing happened. Rina had a little freak out moment. That's correct. I forgot about that. Also try to be careful about potentially saying, like, this chapter's built different than other chapters, please. Rena freaked out. Rena freaked out, yeah. I forgot what exactly... Was it that she was just talking about... Oh, it was the whole thing. She was doing her thing, and then I think Mion was like, hey, try not to talk about... Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got that. Okay, perfect. Yeah, it was Satoshi. It's all coming back to me now. Okay. Cool. And we haven't seen Satoko yet, right? Was Satoko just gone, pretty much? She didn't show up at the end of the stream, right? I think she was just gone. Gone. You know, the monkey from Super Monkey Balls. Alright, I think that's it. I think that's pretty much it. I think we're good. Let us load it in. Let me turn that down in my own head. Oh yeah, I did say that. Alright, so now place your bets. Watch me we get through like 2 more sections of this game. We're still not gonna know what's happened to fucking not Satoshi, Satoko. Sakutaro. I wouldn't put it past them. Just trying to think if I needed to say anything else here. Oh, what is this? I want to protect her.
大切にしたいと思う心は誰よりも強いはずだった。優しさから生まれた感情はやがて殺意へと変わり、
Excuse me?
真っ白だった思いは赤と黒で染まってゆく。それが守りたかった日常の崩壊を意味していると分かっていながら、たたり殺し、何が間違っていたのか、その答えを探して悲劇はさらに広がってゆく。
Did I load up the right section?
北条さんは今日もお休みですか?
Have we gotten like a break like that before? In the middle of a thing? Those usually pop up the start chapters, yeah? I genuinely for a second thought I somehow clicked like start chapter 3 over or something. I was like, I really fucked up. How did I do this? How did I fuck up so bad? Okay. Well, I have bad memory. Who's shocked at this point? Oh boy. All right, here we go. Focus up. Here we are. Chie, the teacher, says, is Hojo-san staying home today too? Oh, is it another day and she's not here? Oh, I didn't.
Furuta-san wa nanika shitte imasu ka?
Furuta-san, do you know anything? Speak, Rika. The teacher's voice wasn't critical, but Rika-chan hung her head, unable to answer, and I felt really bad for her. The teacher called Rika-chan up, and they had an exchange in hushed tones at the At first, Rika-chan said that Satoko's fever had grown worse, but everyone in class knew it was a lie. Because, every day, Rika-chan brought Satoko's bento with her.
Satoko-chan, どうしちゃったんだろうね?
Satoko-chan, I wonder what happened.
俺が知るかよ.
Don't ask me. I'm the one who wants to know most of all. It was already the 3rd day since Satoko's first absence. Ever since then, I haven't felt good. Until this music is all over the place. Until just last Sunday, everything had been so much fun. I had reached out to Satoko like a real older brother, and we spent that time quietly, but warm and comfortable. So why had it suddenly been flipped over? The more I thought about it, the more I thought that the world had taken a turn for the worse ever since Oishi arrived. Thinking on it now, maybe the strange apprehensions plaguing me the night before Oishi arrived had been a sign. Karudo Oishi. Oyashira, that's the fucking name. Oyashira-sama is a servant.
そんなことあるもんか。
Shit, it's impossible.
あいつが現れたから聡子が今年のたたりに会う役だなんて決められてたまるかよ。
They can't decide Satoko will be the curse victim this year just because he showed up. Just what sort of slip-up had I committed to cause those fun times to end so suddenly? Yes, it was the day before Oishi appeared. Shion, Mion, and Rina had spoken of the curse surrounding Satoshi and his disappearance. It was so sinister it gave me a bad premonition. Such a small thing was a slip-up that invited Oyashiro-sama's servant. It was absurd. I kept on groaning to myself that I would never accept it, ever. I obviously wasn't the one suppressing my feelings. Mion and Rina were too. Everyone in the class was doing it. Rika-chan knew something about Satoko's situation, but she wouldn't tell us. Rika-chan still held a calm attitude, like a cat basking in the sun. But she was being unbelievably stubborn about this whole thing. She didn't want to tell us, and that wouldn't change no matter how many times we asked her. Everyone understood that, so nobody questioned her.
リカちゃんが言わないならさ、言うまで待つしかないよね。
If Rika-chan won't talk, then we just have to wait. You know, I was very, last stream a week ago, I was very much like, oh, outside person. You know, the blame ended up shifting to Irie as my guess. Just because he was a focus point here. But I don't know why I didn't just assume it. Now I'm starting to think, well, what are the chances Rika did something bad? I mean, trust me, big Rika guy here. But like, Rika knows something. Is it too wild to think that maybe she's like, she knows something bad happened because she was part of something, the bad part of something bad happening? You know what I mean? Like, it's not that. I don't know why I didn't just assume immediately, like, oh, I mean, she's got to be a suspect at some point. I think it's just the natural, like, I mean, what do I say? We're entrenched in the Rika respect zone. It pains me to potentially suspect Rika here, but she has to be up there as, until she decides to say something. If Rika-chan won't talk, then we just have to wait.
逆に言わないってことは、言う必要もない程度のことかもしれないし。
And she might not be talking because it's something not worth saying. There's no persuasive power and reassurance given with an anxious face like that. Mion was being taciturn, and it just looked up at the sky with a somehow annoyed expression. I couldn't tell if she was unhappy that Rika-chan wouldn't talk about it with her own friends, or if she was concerned over Satoko's well-being. And what about me? My anxiety was suffocating me day after day. If someone else were looking at me, then maybe I would look annoyed like Mion did. Tap, tap. Someone tapped my shoulder. It was Tomita-kun and Akamura-kun.
前原さん、
Maibara-san,
ちょっといいですか？
do you have a minute?
またボールが引っかかったか？
Did your ball get stuck again?
今度はお前たちで何とかしてみろよ。
You guys have to get it yourselves this time.
いつまでも先輩に頼るのは良くないぜ。
Don't rely on the older kids for everything. I didn't feel like going along with them, so I was a little unsympathetic with my response.
ちょっと気になる噂を聞いたんすよ。
We heard a little interesting rumor.
噂？
A rumor?
はい。
Yeah.
ひょっとすると関係があるかもと思って。
I just thought it might have something to do with that. A rumor? About Satoko? I hadn't said that, but it didn't seem unrelated. They didn't want to talk in the classroom, so they pulled me behind the school building, lending further credence to that thought. The back of the school was damp and humid like always. Students didn't really come here because they wanted to. It might, however, have been the ideal location for trading rumors away from prying eyes.
富田君、岡村君、
Tomita-kun, Akamura-kun.
その噂話ってもちろん聡子の欠席と関係のある話なんだろうな。
They pull out a shiv. Yeah, yeah, yeah. These rumors, they're about why Satoko is absent, right?
関係があるかはわからないですけど、 あるいは
We don't know if it has something to do with it, though. Or maybe...
サトコは一体どうしたってんだ？
What on earth happened to Satoko?
風邪なのか？
Is she sick?
それともひょっとしてもっと重い病気か怪我か何かで？
Or could she be, like, really sick or injured or something?
いえ、それが
No, actually,
むしろ逆で、
it's the opposite.
うちのばあちゃんの話だと、
I heard my grandma saying
昨日の昼にうちの店に豆腐を買いに来たらしいんです。
that she came to buy tofu at our shop yesterday. Oh, Tomina's family runs a tofu shop at American.
豆腐屋さんに
She went shopping
買い物？
to buy some tofu. My voice sounds so stupefied, even I can tell. It was understandable. I was worried about what grave illness or injury she had when the person herself had been out and about shopping for tofu.
で、サトコはどうだったんだよ？
So, how was she?
元気そうだったのか？
Did she look okay?
それとも病み上がりでマスクでもしてたとか、
Was she wearing a mask like she was getting better?
松葉杖で包帯だらけだったとか？
Or was she using crutches, or did she have bandages on her?
いえ、別に病気とか怪我とかそういうわけじゃなかったらしいんですが。
No, there wasn't really any signs of sickness or injuries on her, but I should have felt relieved that it wasn't an illness or an injury. But my anxiety wasn't going away, because Tomita-kun and Akamura-kun's expressions weren't looking any better.
絹ごし豆腐を一丁買っていったそうなんですが、ばあちゃんが言うにはおかしいと。
She apparently came to buy one piece of soft tofu, but my grandma said it was strange.
おかしい？
Strange?
なぜ？
Why?
絹ごし豆腐を買って何が悪い？
What's wrong with buying soft tofu? Irritated by how roundabout they were being, I had to desperately fight that irration from creeping into my voice.
北条とフルデってほら二人暮らしでそんなにお金持ちってわけじゃないですよね。
Well, Hosho and Furude live by themselves and they don't have that much money, right?
だから二人はいつも安い木綿豆腐しか買わないんです。
So they only ever buy the cheaper, firmer kind of tofu.
一番高い絹ごし豆腐なんか買ったことないんです。
They've never bought the soft stuff. It's the most expensive thing there.
木綿だって絹ごしだってどっちも豆腐だろ？
Soft or hard, they're both tofu, right?
たまにはうまい豆腐が食いたくなっただけかもしれないじゃないか。
Maybe she just wanted to eat some great tofu or something.
それはそうですけど。
Well, maybe, but... I knew how transparent I sounded right then. This wasn't anything trivial. It was some kind of important clue. Not the cheap firm tofu, but the expensive soft kind. Shopping not in the evening after school, but in the middle of the day. I couldn't figure out what those things meant. Again, my brain just goes to the worst things. As I thought hard about it, Akamura-kun took his turn to speak.
次は僕っすね。
Me next.
これも噂なんですけど、帰ってきたらしいんですよ。
This is just a rumor, but apparently he's back.
帰ってきた？
He?
何が？
Who?
誰が？
Who's back?
北条のおじさんが。
Hojo's uncle. Satoko's uncle? Right, I think Coach told me about him. Their aunt and uncle had taken them in after Satoko and Satoshi lost their parents in the accident.
去年のお社様のたたりで怖くなって町に逃げたっていう北条のおじさんです。
Hojo's uncle, they say he skipped town last year, scared of Oshiro-sama's curse.
こいつヤクザみたいな怖くて乱暴なやつで。
He's really scary and violent, like a gang member. Everything Coach told me came back in bits and pieces. Right. The mean aunt and uncle who had tormented them all the time. I think he said that after their aunt was beaten to death by the deviant, he ran away to his lover's house in Okinomiya in fear of the curse.
そいつが帰ってくるとどうしてサトコが学校を休んで真っ昼間に絹ごし豆腐を買う羽目になるんだ？
Why would she be staying home from school and shopping for soft tofu in the middle of the day just because her uncle came back? My underclassmen clammed up and looked downwards. There must have been some big hint buried in there. Even if I didn't understand, if I told Mia and Arena about it, maybe they'd know something.
あ、ごめんな二人とも。
Oh, My bad, you two.
せっかく好意で話を聞かせてくれたのに、なんだか問い詰めるような言い方になっちゃって。
You were nice enough to talk about it, and I started hammering you with questions.
あ、いえ、いいっすよ。
Oh, no, it's okay.
北条が重病で寝たきりになってないことが分かっただけでも、ほら、
Now we know that she hasn't been in bed this whole time, gravely ill.
儲けもんじゃないですか。
That's worth something, right? That might be true, but it still won't. It won't make the clouds over my mind fade away.
あ、
Ah!
前原さん、ほらあれ。
Mybur-san, over there! Akamura-kun cried wildly, pointing over my shoulders behind me. Startled, I turned around, and way on the other side of the schoolyard, near the school gate, I saw a figure trudging forth. I thought it was going to be Oishi.
北条だ。
It's Hojo! I burst into a run faster than I could speak. She didn't look very good. So that, as quickly as possible, I could see with my own eyes that she was okay.
Satoko!
Satoko! Satoko seemed taken aback by me shouting and running over to her. Oh!
まあ、なんですの、ケイイチさん。
My, what is it, Kechi-san?
突然大声を出して走ってくるから何事かと驚きましたわ。
You surprised me with all the yelling and running.
バカ！俺のことなんかどうでもいいだろう。
Stupid. Enough about me already.
それよりどうしたってんだよ、サトコ。3日間も。
3 days. What happened, Satoko?
俺心配で心配で。
I was so worried. Stop laughing. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
心配性ですわね。
What a worry wart.
たかだか3日ですわよ。
It was only 3 days.
もうケイイチさんは心配性なんですから。
You're such a worry wart, Kechi-san. From listening to her, she seemed like the normal Satoko, but I could tell she was clearly acting strangely. Her smile was somehow forlorn, and her complexion was bad for some reason.
北条、
Hojo!
大丈夫だったのかよ。風邪とかじゃないのか。
Were you alright? Were you sick or something? Tomita-kun and Nakamura-kun both expressed their concerns.
一体どうしたってんだよ。
Just, what happened anyway?
3日も。
3 days.
俺がどれだけ心配してたか。
Do you know how worried I was?
ごめんあそばせですわ。
Oh, I do so apologize.
ちょっとお家のお掃除をしたりしてたんですのよ。
I was just giving the house a good cleaning.
だいぶ長いこと使ってませんでしたから、もう家中ほこりだらけでして。
We haven't used it in a rather long time, so everything was covered in dust.
はあ？
Huh?
サトコ、お前何を言ってんだ？
Satoko, what are you talking about?
なんで家の掃除なんかで学校を休まなきゃなんないんだ？
Why would you have to stay home from school to clean the house? Satoko didn't answer me. Instead, she passed by and headed for the entrance.
もう
Gosh,
今はお弁当の時間ではありませんの？
it is nearly about lunchtime, is it not?
私はお腹が空いてますのよ。
I'm just starving. It was certainly lunch break. I couldn't force her to stop after she told me she wanted lunch since she was so hungry.
まあいいや。
Well, whatever.
リカちゃんは3日間毎日お前の弁当を持ってきてくれてるんだぜ。
Rika-chan's been bringing you lunch for 3 days now.
今日はちゃんと食べてやれそうだな。
You look like you can eat it today.
とにかく早く教室へ行こ
Let's just go to the classroom
う。みんなを安心させてやろうぜ。
and put everyone's minds at ease.
そうですわね。
You're right.
皆さんにご心配をおかけしてしまったかもしれませんわね。
I suppose I may have caused everyone to worry. Ah,
人気者は辛いでございますわ。
sure is tough being popular. I put a hand on Satoko's shoulder, and we ran to the classroom together. Up close, I was able to verify that Satoko looked somehow weak. All this anxiety was supposed to go away when I saw her again. That's what I had thought. But now, I actually started to have quite different fears. What the heck happened, Satoko? Everyone in the class, of course, reacted in the same exact way I had. We worried about you. I'm glad to see you well. What were you doing for 3 days? Our classmates showered her in questions.
本当にご迷惑を おかけしましたわね。
I truly do apologize for causing a fuss. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Man. I mean, I know it's not far from Satoko's normal way of speaking, but it feels very painfully, like, obvious that she's, like, downplaying and hiding like whatever the situation is, and especially when we get just a glimpse of like the two boys being like, yeah, her uncle that we've heard bad shit about, he just showed up all of a sudden. As she cackled, she chowed down on the bento Rika-chan had made for her. Those in the teacher's lounge must have been informed of Satoko's arrival, because our teacher sprinted in the classroom, her breathing ragged. Hojo-san!
あら先生、
Oh, sensei.
3日間もご心配をおかけしましたわね。
I'm sorry for worrying you these 3 days.
ご覧の通り元気でピンピンしてますわ。
As you can see, I am fit as a fiddle.
もう本当に心配してたんですからね。
My, I was very worried about you.
お弁当が食べ終わったら職員室に来るんですよ。
When you're done eating, come right to the teacher's lounge.
いろいろとお話があります。
I have a lot to talk to you about.
3日もサボったからきっと大目玉に違いありませんわね。
I must be in for a good scolding for these 3 days I cut class. Satoko laughed sheepishly while she scratched her head, and the rest of the class burst out into laughter. The teacher was acting angry, but she breathed a sigh of relief at seeing Satoko healthy and smiling as she ate her lunch with the class surrounding her.
でも安心したよな、レナ。
What a relief, right, Rina? Huh?
あ、ごめん。
Oh, sorry.
無事でよかったよね。
Yeah, I'm glad she's okay. I looked at Rina and knew. She had a sense that something about Satoko was off too. I looked to see Mion detached from the clamor as well, with a somewhat grim expression. But Rika-chan, on the other hand, was smiling from ear to ear. She spread out the bento boxes one by one as Satoko finished them. Finally, Satoko was satisfied, and after enjoying a thorough conversation with her classmates, remembered that she'd been called to the teacher's lounge.
めんどくさいんですけど、行かないともっと怒られてしまいそうですからね。
It's such a pain, but I think she'll be angrier if I don't go.
僕も一緒に行きますですよ。
I'll go with you. Satoko rises from her seat, and Rika-chan runs over to her.
ごめん遊ばせケイチさん。
I do apologize, Kechi-san.
ちょっと怒られてまいりますわ。
I'll be right back after getting scolded.
おう。
Right.
なんだったら俺も一緒に付き合うぜ。
I mean, I could go with you too.
例のカレーの悪口の時、一緒に職員室で怒られた仲じゃないか。
We're all comrades in getting scolded in the teacher's lounge. Ever since the curry incident, right?
それには及ばないのです。
That won't be necessary.
ケイチはここでお留守番なのですよ。
Kechi should mind the place while we're away. Rika-chan's words were gentle, but the firm rejection was clear in her eyes. The two of them exited into the hallway, walking shoulder to shoulder. After seeing them off, the class breathed a collective sigh of relief, broke apart, went back to their usual lunch break banter. We, however, couldn't go back to how we usually were. Not I, not Mion, and of course, not Rina. They stared at the classroom exit Satoko and Rika-chan had left through, their expressions a little distant and grim.
俺たちは仲間だ。
We're all friends.
そうだろう、みんな。
Isn't that right? I blurted out something strange, so Mion and Rina turned around with dubious expressions.
俺は仲間に隠し事はしない。
I won't keep anything from my friends.
だから、さっき聞いたばかりのことを言う。
So, I'll tell you what I just heard a little while ago. I told them the stories I heard from Tomita-kun and Akamura-kun. The way I say his name, always when I say it so fast, sounds like I'm saying tomato. Tomato-kun, ketchup. Akamura-kun earlier about the tofu shop and how Satoko's uncle had apparently come back. All at once, without letting them speak.
これが俺の知るすべてだ。
And that's all I know.
だからミオンもレナもしていることがあるなら話してくれ。
So if either of you knows anything, please say so.
俺は俺の知るすべてを話したぞ。
I've said everything I can. I ended my sentence firmly and looked into Mion and Rina's eyes in turn. Rina stared right back at me. Her eyes didn't falter. Without even opening her mouth, I could tell she was hiding something. Then our gazes turned to Mion.
別に私は隠して黙ってるわけじゃないよ。
It's not like I was trying to keep it a secret or anything. Mion couldn't seem to endure our silent stares and began to talk timidly, as if she was guilty of something.
でもケイちゃんが話したなら私も話さないわけにはいかないよね。
It's just, now that you've said something, Ki-chan, I guess I have to talk about it.
みーちゃん、何か知ってるの？
Mi-chan, you know something?
いや、聡子のおじが帰ってきたっての帰っ
Well,
てきた初日から知ってたよ。
well, I mean, I knew from the first day that Satoko's uncle had come home.
この間の日曜日にふらっとひなみ沢に帰ってきたって。
That he just randomly showed up in Hinamizawa last Sunday.
どうしてそれを黙ってた？
Why didn't you tell us that?
ごめん。
I'm sorry. My angry shout caused Mion to flinch away, look down, and hang her head uncomfortably.
ケイチ君、怒るようなことじゃないよ。
Ketchikun, it's nothing to get angry about.
みーちゃん怖がってる。
You're scaring Mi-chan.
あ、ごめん。つい大声を。
Huh? Oh, sorry, I shouted at you. I lowered my head in apology. Mion accepted it, collected herself, and continued. According to her, her uncle's relationship with his lover, whom he had been with in Okinomiya, had collapsed. According to her, her uncle's relationship with his lover, whom he had been with in Okinomiya, had collapsed. Okay. Without anywhere to go, he went back home to Hinamizawa. And, on that Sunday, the day of the barbecue, her uncle ran into Satoko and brought her back to the house.
自宅に
Why
なんで連れ戻すんだよ。
did he bring her with him?
ろくでなしの寄生虫だからね。
Because he's a good-for-nothing parasite.
自分一人じゃ炊事はおろか掃除一つできないし。
He can't even cook by himself, much less do any cleaning.
そんな炊事やお掃除のためにさとこちゃんを連れ戻したっていうの？
But that's... He brought Satoko-chan back to her, back to have her cook and clean? I remember that she said she'd been cleaning the house when I met her back at the school gate. A moment later, the pieces fell into place, into the jigsaw puzzle of unease. And as for what the puzzle depicted, when I saw it from afar, I could see the answer clearly.
聡子が家に閉じ込められて
Satoko was locked up at home
いじめられながら家事をやらされてる
and tormented into doing the housework.
っていう噂なんだよ。
Those are the rumors. If you knew that, why didn't you speak up? I nearly yelled that at Mion, but hastily stopped myself.
みーちゃん、それ本当なの？
Mi-chan, is that true?
私がこの目で確かめたわけじゃないから本当かどうかは知らないけど
I haven't seen it myself, so I don't know if it's true or not. Mion looked down again and, staring at the floor, grew quiet.
去年みたいに
Just like last year?
意地悪なおじさん夫婦のところで暮らしてた時みたいに？
Like when they lived with their mean uncle and his wife? I mean, let's get to the crux of the matter. We're all on board. Everyone in the club seemingly knows that this uncle sucks ass, right? We also know Mion is in charge of like some pretty, is in charge of some people. Is this gonna turn into like organizing like a all out scale like hit on like this guy. Because I'd be down. I'm ready for it. I think I read this. So, like when they lived with a mean uncle and his wife, yeah.
でもさ、そのおじさんって家事はからっきしなんだろ
But this uncle is completely helpless when it comes to housework, right?
サトコが重宝なわけだから何もいじめてるってわけじゃないかもしれないだろ
If Satoko's that important, then there wouldn't be any reason to torment her, would there?
圭一君、何を根拠に言ってるのか知らないけど、
Kechi-kun, I don't know what ground you have for saying that,
いい加減なことは言わない方がいいよ。
but you shouldn't be so irresponsible. Rina clearly and directly got mad at me. Let me say, I mean, but this uncle is completely helpless when it comes to housework, right? Satoko's that important. Any reason to torment her with there? Yeah, what a weird... What a take. What a take, Kechi. Rina clearly and directly got mad at me. You don't know much about this, so don't talk as though you do. Yes, that's clearly what she meant.
じゃあレナは知ってるのかよ
Fine, then do you know something, Rina?
私だって知らないよ。
I don't know anything either.
今ここで聞くまで、さとこちゃんがおじさんの家に連れ戻されたなんて知らなかったもの。
I didn't know her uncle had taken her to the house until hearing it just now. Honestly, if we were gonna get like a brawl in this chapter, we have set up many different possible outcomes. Many different like pairs of fighters, right? We have Irie and Oishi squaring off against each other. We have these people against his uncle. We have, Kechi versus Oishi, or also versus uncle. This could be, when all is said and done, we could see just an all-out brawl of multiple sides just taking on each other. I would love that. Let's just fight. Action. I don't know anything either. I didn't know her uncle had taken her to the house until hearing it just now.
でもね、
But,
1年前とはまるで状況が違うの。
I mean, Irie could fight this uncle because we know how much Irie likes Satoko. In both a weird way and as like a very protective way. So what's stopping him from just going after this uncle if he catches wind of this? Also, we know Irie seems like he's a dude who's ready to confront people. Despite being kind of like a weird looking fella. He's ready to throw down. But the situation is different from a year ago.
状況が違うってどういうことだよ
The situation is different. What does that mean?
サトシ君がいない。
Satoshi-kun isn't here.
サトシはすごく妹思いのいい兄だったんだよ。
Satoshi really cared about his little sister.
いつもサトコをかばってた。
He's always stuck up for her.
意地悪なおじおばのとばっちりが少しでもサトコにかぶらないように
He was her
盾に
shield.
なってくれてた。
He was her shield, so that she would be affected just by a little less by their mean aunt. So that she would be affected just a little less by their mean aunt and uncle's fighting.
家には意地悪なおじさんとサトコちゃんが2人きりなんだよ。
The mean uncle and Satoko-chan are the only ones living there now.
それがどれだけ行き詰まるものか、圭一君にだって想像がつくんじゃないかな。
Can't you imagine how stifling that must be, Kechi-kun?
木南沢に帰ってきた理由だって身を寄せてた愛人が蒸発したからでしょ。
He only even came back because he broke up with the woman he was staying with.
そんな不愉快な理由で帰ってきた人がどうしてサトコちゃんに優しくできるっていうの？
Do you think a person who came back for such an unpleasant reason would be able to treat Satoko-chan kindly? She was right. It wasn't easy for me to imagine Satoko not being tormented.
ごめん
Sorry.
こっちこそごめん。
No, no, I'm sorry too.
問い詰めるような口調になっちゃったね。
I sounded like I was interrogating you, didn't I? An awkward atmosphere floated among us. The three of us remained silent and just stared at the floor. Finally, we heard the principal's bell ringing. The teacher came back with Satoko and Rika-chan at her side. Alright, we're starting afternoon class. Class president, please. Everybody, stand up.
ごめんなさいね。
I'm sorry.
失礼。
How rude of me. I couldn't read anything from Satoko's vaguely sheepish expression, but given the clouded look Rika-chan was wearing behind her, it was tough to laugh off the disquieting story I'd heard from Mion. Alright. First time in a while everyone's been here. Let's all have a roaring good time with the whole club. Yeah, perfect. Indeed, in times like these, the best thing to do is obviously get rowdy and scheme against one another in a club activity.
望むところだよ。
Just what I was waiting for.
ねえ、さとこちゃん。
Hey, Satoko-chan.
やろうやろう。
Let's play.
サトコが好きだったゲームあるでしょ。ほら、なんだったっけ。
There was that game you liked, wasn't there? What was it again?
なんでも構わないよ。
It doesn't matter
言
which.
ってみ。
Tell me.
言ってみ。
Tell me. Mion laughed happily, took a bunch of games out of the club locker, and lined them up on the desks. Not decks. I think that was the first time Mion's ever let someone else decide on a game for her. Could tell she was being especially considerate to Satoko. Thinking that, whatever her circumstances, if we could just enjoy our time together as a group, that might be some comfort, some diversion. Satoko seemed to understand her feelings too, and smiled vaguely, though pleased. But her head slowly moved from side to side.
ありがたいですけど、お気持ちだけで結構ですわ。
I'm very grateful, but your feelings are enough.
いろいろしなければならないことがありますので。
There are many things I need to do, so... Even Rika-chan hung her head in remorse.
おい、本気なわけ？
Hey, whoa, seriously?
部活メンバーが久しぶりに揃ったってのにお流れになっちゃうわけ？
All the club members are here for once and we're not playing anything?
敵前逃亡は罰ゲームってのは海賊第何条だったっけ？
Desertion in the face of the enemy. What was the punishment game for it? What part of the club constitution was that in?
やめなよ、みーちゃん。
Stop it, Mi-chan.
無理に付き合わせちゃダメだよ。
We can't force her to play with us.
別におじさんは無理強いしてるわけじゃないよ。
Hey, this old man isn't trying to force her or anything.
ただ大盛り上がりした方が絶対に楽しいと思って。
I just thought it would be more fun for sure if we did something exciting.
本当にお気持ちだけで嬉しいんですのよ。
Really? I'm happy you feel that way.
ご安心なさいませ。次に戦うときは皆さんまとめてでっかい罠にはめてご覧に入れますわ。
Don't worry. Next we meet, you'll see. I'll get you all caught in a gigantic trap. Satoko, while insulting us, still said she couldn't participate in the club today, apologized. She quickly put her things into her bag and pattered out into the hallway, disappearing. It all happened in the blink of an eye.
さとこ。
Satoko. Rika-chan stared lonesomely as her friend hurried home, unable to be part of club activities. Oh boy, silence filled the classroom. Both the cheerful voices of our classmates in the schoolyard and the voices of the cicadas sounded like they were coming from some faraway world.
Psh. つまんないの?
This is boring. Silence was broken by Mion's bitterness as she began putting the games on the desk back into the locker. Everyone just stared absently at Satoko's seat, now empty.
リカちゃん、
Rika-chan,
そろそろ話してくれてもいいんじゃないかな。
maybe you could tell us about it now. Rina made as gentle a smile as she possibly could and spoke softly to Rika-chan. Even without hearing it from her, we We pretty much knew the situation at this point. Satoko's uncle had broken up with his lover and come back home to Hinamizawa. And he had taken Satoko back home and forced her to do all the household work. And that all had to be pretty rough on her. Thinking this was common knowledge to everyone, I skipped to the important part.
だいぶひどいのか?
Is it really bad? Maybe Mion and Rina wanted to ask the same question. Nobody spoke. We all just stared, waiting for Rika-chan's reply. Rika-chan still didn't answer us. We were hoping for her to say no, but her silence was a bad enough sign.
去年だっけ?
Last year, was it?
おじ夫婦の元にいた時もこんな状況だったんだろ?
It was like this when both her uncle and his wife were there, or here, right?
うん。
Yeah.
あの時は夫婦喧嘩のとばっちりみたいなのがほとんどだったからさ。
At the time, they were mostly just being caught between their aunt and uncle fighting.
こうして部活で時間を潰して家にいる時間を極力減らすのも一つの手だったんだけど。
One of the ways we helped out was with the club, by reducing our time at home as much as we could, but
今は家事を強制されてるから学校に残ることもできないんだね。
he's making her do the chores now, so she can't stay at school either. Shit. Satoko's not a slave. Who do you think you are? Ignoring your own inability to live properly and basically putting Satoko under house arrest.
常識的に考えてこんなのおかしいんじゃねえのか?
When you think about it, isn't this really strange?
いろいろと状況証拠は必要だろうけどこういうのって虐待だろ?
We need a lot of circumstantial evidence, but isn't this abuse?
警察とかに通報できないのかよ?
Can't we notify the police or something?
そうだよね。
If I had to place my money on what's actually about to happen here, I would have to guess that I think Kechi is going to, he knows Irie is, in the nicest way possible I can say, really into Satoko. And I think he knows that, and he's gonna weaponize Irie, and he's also takes it upon himself to, like, I'm the older brother now to Satoko. And I think it's gonna be the two of them going and confronting the uncle. Maybe Oishi was trying to find something out about this. Maybe. If we want to go down the route that Oishi is only seemingly a bad person, but is actually just, like, not a bad character, not a bad person at all. Just misunderstood by all the kids and all the residents here at Hinamizawa. I wouldn't rule that out. But I just want Kechi and Irie to take matters into their own hands. You're right.
体罰の証拠とかがあれば警察に通報できると思うよ。
If we had evidence she was being abused, I think we could tell the police.
あるいはそういうのって地域の民生委員さんとかに相談できないの？
And can't we talk to the region's welfare people about this? Rina and I kept saying police, police, as though it were nothing, but Mion's response sounded like she thought we were a little naive.
みんな簡単に言ってくれるけどさ。
It's easy for you to say that.
それを立証するリスクを考えたことある？
Have you thought about the risks of actually getting proof?
リスクってなんだよ?
What do you mean risks?
一昨年の冬かな。
I think it was 2 winters ago.
通報したんだよ。
We reported it
児童相談所に。
to the Child Consultation Center.
虐待があるからすぐに何とかしてくれって。
We told them there was abuse happening and to do something right away.
そうだったんだ。
Huh? You did?
それで？
What happened?
電話してすぐにお役所の人が来てくれたよ。
A person came as soon as we called.
で、サトコとかサトシとかに事情聴取してた。
She interviewed Satoko and Satoshi about what was going on.
ついでにおじ夫婦のところにもね。
And then their uncle and his wife, too.
サトコとサトシに聞くまではいいが、おじ夫婦にまで聞くのはまずいんじゃないのか?
I can understand asking Satoko and Satoshi, but wouldn't it be not so good to talk to the aunt and uncle?
両者の意見を聞いて総合的に判断するんだとさ。
They said they'd base their judgment on what they heard from both sides.
ご立派ご立派。
Greater than, wasn't it?
で、結果はどうだったの？
So, what did they decide to do?
様子見。
Wait and see.
様子見ってなんだよそれ。
What? What do you mean wait and see?
おじさんとっても勉強になっちゃったんだけどさ、
The uncle really studied up on this stuff.
法律ではね、暴行か育児放棄が認められなきゃ虐待とは言わないんだってさ。
By law, can't call it abuse unless assault or child neglect has been established.
サトコもサトシもよく小づかれてたらしいけど、別に傷跡が残るようなレベルじゃなかったし。
They poked and prodded Satoko and Satoshi a lot, but never left any real marks on them. Ah, you're telling me the laws, the rules, and the systems put in place are failing the people? Man, consider me shocked.
3食の飯も一応食えてたし、寝床もあったし。
They were pretty much eating 3 meals a day and had beds.
心理的外傷を与える言動だって別にカセットテープで証拠があったわけじゃないし。
And there weren't any recordings or something like that to prove they'd said or done anything to cause them psychological trauma.
村の人たちだって実際に乱暴してる現場は見たことないからね。
None of the villagers had ever actually seen them being violent either.
いくら意地悪だからって人前で乱暴はしないでしょ。
No matter how mean you are, you wouldn't act so violent in front of other people.
誰だって。
Nobody would.
でその後どうなったの？
Then, what happened?
しばらくは毎週決まった日に民生委員さんが訪問してたみたい。
The welfare officer apparently went to visit the same day each week for a while.
おじ夫婦も自分たちが見張られてることを気にして目立ついじめはしなくなったらしいけど。
And Uncle knew they were being watched, though. Didn't torment them in any way they would stand out.
それで済むわけないでしょ、普通。
Of course, that wasn't the end of it.
より陰湿ないじめ方に加速していったってことだね。
You mean that ramped up how malicious they were being? Mion sighed and nodded.
おばのやつが特にねちっこくってさ。
Their aunt was really damn stubborn.
女特有の陰湿さっていうのかな。
She's one of the most spiteful people I've ever known.
相当いやらしいことをしてたらしいよ。
Apparently she was doing some pretty disgusting things.
サトコ、最後の方は呼吸するだけのボロ人形みたいだった。
Satoko was like a doll that did nothing but breathe by the end of it. So what? From that conclusion, does that mean that they never should have contacted child welfare in the first place?
わかった？
Understand?
誰の目にも明らかな虐待の証拠がなかったらお手上げなんだよ。
Without proof of abuse so clear anyone could see it, there's nothing we can do.
むしろ状況を悪化させかねない。
In fact, it might even make the situation worse.
あれは失敗だった。
We messed up pretty bad. After hearing that even public organizations, the one thing they thought was dependable, couldn't do anything, everyone hung their heads.
つまり誰の目にも明らかな虐待の証拠が見つかるまで通報すべきでないってことなんだね。
In other words, until we have clear evidence of abuse, we shouldn't notify anyone?
うん。まあその。
Well, I mean,
そういうこと。
basically, yeah. I considered Satoko's current situation. She was brought back to her house. It was a little difficult to call that abuse. She was being tormented and forced to do the chores. How she was being tormented would be the key, but without concrete evidence, it would be difficult to prove. If she had some kind of external injury, that would work. But as far as we could tell from today, she had nothing like that. And being forced to do the chores, that was a bit weak too. There had to be better evidence that she was without a doubt being abused. Ah, I know. Her uncle had ignored Satoko's existence for a whole year, went to live with his lover in town. Didn't that fall under one of the definitions of abuse that Mion had mentioned? Child neglect? Yeah,
それは立派な育児放棄だね。
it's a perfect case of child neglect.
どうなのみーちゃん。
What about that, Mi-chan?
おじが今もいなければ育児放棄は認定されそうだけど。
If her uncle weren't here now, it could be recognized as child neglect.
今この瞬間は同居してるわけでしょ。
But he's living with her at the moment, isn't she? Or he?
今までは別居だったけど心を入れ替えて同居することにしたなんて言われたら また様子見なんてことになりかねないよ。
They were apart before, but if he said something like he had a change of heart and decided to live with her, then they might just wait and see again. Once we reported it, we would need to be absolutely sure to interpret it as abuse. Maybe we needed far more concrete evidence, lest we repeat last year's mistake.
なんだか悲しい。
It's sad.
ということはつまり、さとこちゃんが乱暴されて大きな傷が残るまで黙って見てろってことなんだよね。
This means we need to sit quietly and wait for him to be violent towards Satoko-chan and leave a mark, don't we? The only plan I could think of was, in the end, just watching and waiting. It left me in shock when I realized that it would be the same policy as that of the officials who had made the situation worse. As Mion said, reporting it to a public agency would be a gamble. If we're going to pick a fight, it would have to be one we couldn't afford to lose. If we were gambling, without enough money, without enough evidence, our defeat would be assured. If we took the time to amass enough money that we could be sure of victory, then that would mean pretending we didn't see Satoko's plight for a considerable amount of time.
こんなところで話を振ってごめんな。
I mean, fuck. Let's just take a page out of the apparent Satoshi book and let's run away. Let's run away from home. Let's all... Honestly, this is what I want. We know... You know, the club dynamics and each member of the club are all pretty... They're pretty smart, dependable kids. They've got some skills. They've got working experience. They're clever. They have individual skills. Honestly, they just needed to hit the road. Just be a traveling party of, like, runaway kids. Fuck this town. Fuck the people. Just strike it out on your own. Maybe that's not sage advice, but honestly... this kid circus? If it comes to that, if they have to... I mean, they're smart, is what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying... Is it always the best solution to run away from your problems? No. But... sometimes... maybe... I'm mostly joking about that because of the whole... Oh yeah, Satoshi just ran away. He just left. And if he did indeed just leave, then it's like, oh, I completely understand why. You could kind of see the reason why. Kechi says, sorry for bringing this up now, but...
Rika-chan はどうして一人暮らしができるんだ?
How is Rika-chan able to live by herself? Rika-chan had lost her parents, if I recalled correctly. From what I'd heard, she had no relatives either. She was forced to live on her own as a result, but her life was unfettered, free of restriction. If she could somehow grant that freedom to Satoko too...
ほら、Rika-chan って両親いないのに生活してるだろ?
I mean, Rika-chan, you're living without any parents, right?
保護者のいない子供って孤児院みたいなところに入れられちゃうんじゃないっけ?
Don't kids with no guardians have to go to orphanages and stuff?
ケイチ君、それひどい。
Kechi-kun, that's cruel.
悪口で言ってるんじゃねえよ。
I'm not saying it to be mean.
そこにサトコを救うヒントがあるかもしれないと思って聞いてみただけなんだ。
I only asked because I thought maybe there would be a hint to saving Satoko.
リカちゃん、気分を害したならごめんな。
Rika-chan, sorry if I offended you. Rika-chan shook her head, not particularly disturbed.
それはですね。
Well,
僕は
well, you see,
実は村長さん家の子供になっているからなのです。
it's because I'm considered the mayor's daughter.
補足がいるね。
Let me explain.
村長の君吉のおじいちゃんがリカちゃんの保護者なんだよ。
The mayor, old man Kimiyoshi, is Rika-chan's guardian.
ちゃんと県知事の許可を得た正式な。
He got official permission from the governor of the prefecture. Huh?
養子みたいなものか?
So, you're adopted?
養子とは違う。
No, not adopted.
別に籍を入れなくても保護者にはなれるんだよ。
You can be someone's guardian without being in the same family.
分かってきた。
Oh, I get it.
つまりリカちゃんは普通に暮らしてるけど、法律の上では村長さんの家に住んでることになってるんだね。
Rika-chan lives by herself, but by law she's considered to live with the mayor, right?
まあそんなとこ。
Yeah, basically.
そのおかげでリカちゃんは孤児院送りを免れてるってわけ。
That's how Rika-chan avoids being sent to the orphanage.
孤児院っていうか児童養護院のことだけど。
Actually, it'd be Child and Family Services, not an orphanage.
み
Me,
難しいことはよくわかりませんが、つまりはそういうことなのです。
I don't understand the hard things, but anyway, she's right.
ミオン、今興味深いことを言ったな。
Interesting you should say that, Mion.
席が違っても保護者になれるみたいなことを言ったよな。
You could be someone's guardian even if they're in another family.
じゃあ
Question mark?
形だけでも村長さんとかが聡子の保護者になってくれればいいんじゃないのか。
Then shouldn't we have the mayor or someone else become Satoko's guardian, if only on paper? Then she'd be in the same position as Rika-chan, and she could go back to her old life.
ところがそうはいかないの。
Irie like burst through the room, burst through the door. Did somebody say my name? Mion says, too bad, it won't work.
だっておじだって保護者のつもりなんだもん。
I mean, her uncle is supposedly her guardian.
ちょっと待て、
Wait a minute,
わけがわからなくなったぞ。
you lost me there.
そもそも保護者ってなんだ。
What's a guardian exactly anyway? In legal terms, a guardian and a parent weren't necessarily synonyms. So, whoever was actually looking after her at home would be considered her guardian.
ならおじは保護者じゃないな。
Then, her uncle isn't her guardian.
ずっと聡子をほったらかしにしてた。
He left Satoko by herself for so long.
でも保護者だと主張されたらそれまでだよ。
But if he insists he's her guardian, then that's it.
聡子が連れ戻されてから数日、
It's been a few days since Satoko was taken back to her house.
その間の食事代はおじの財布から出てるよね。
Her uncle's been paying for her meals since then, right?
一応面倒を見てると主張できなくもない。
He is sort of looking after her, so he'd probably insist.
それに1年間聡子をほったらかしたとはいえ、最初の1年間は生活の面倒を見た実績がある。
And even though he abandoned her for a year, he'd already looked after her for the whole year before that.
でも村長にはその実績はない。
But the mayor doesn't have that kind of history.
意地悪なおじさんと村長さんが同時に保護者を主張したら、おじさんの方が強いってこと？
So then if both the mean uncle and the mayor requested guardianship at the same time, the uncle would make more sense?
その可能性が高いってこと。
No, but he'd have a better chance.
それに保護者ってのは実際に面倒を見てる人を指すんだよ。
The term guardian refers to the person actually caring for her, right?
実際に寝床や食事を握ってるおじと名義だけ貸そうとしてる村長じゃどうにもならない。
The uncle actually has a bed and food for her, but the mayor would just have his name. It wouldn't even be a contest. I paused because I just had a thought. So, I'm really jumping ahead here by saying this. And so maybe it's not going to get anywhere close to this thing. But it feels as if at least Kechi is potentially in his head formulating some kind of plan for pitting Irie versus the uncle, maybe, right? I really hope, I'm all hopes, that if it does come to that, and then if somehow Irie becomes guardian of fucking Satoko, that my worst fears don't happen, and Irie is revealed to be really bad, and even a worse character for Satoko than this uncle, apparently. That would be, like, the worst thing. If that's where we're going, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna be like, I can't deal with this. If, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it turns out that, like, oh shit, this uncle, we're hearing so many bad things about him, we gotta get, Satoko away from the uncle. And then it turns out, like, it pivots, we get Irie into the situation, and then, like, I don't know, a little bit down the line, like, Irie reveals to be even worse, somehow. However you want to come to think of that. Then at that point, you just gotta start killing people. Kill the uncle, kill Irie, kill Oishi while you're at it, fuck it. Who matter? It doesn't matter. I really hope we don't get that out. I'm just blending so many different thoughts, though. I just keep evolving what's the worst thing that could happen to us and the characters here in the situation. Anyway, the uncle actually has a bed and food for her, but the mayor would just have his name. It wouldn't even be a contest.
じゃあ村長が実際に生活の面倒を見ればいいじゃないか。
Yeah, throw in Tomatake and Takano as well. Again, Kid Nation rules. All the adults in the story, kill them off. Can't trust any of the adults in this story. I swear, dude. Alright, anyway, Ketchi says, then, shouldn't the mayor just start caring for her for real?
そうすれば名実ともに村長が保護者になれるんだろう。
He'd be her guardian in name and reality if he did. Tomatake is just a dude. Sorry, he has to go. He's eternally paired with Takano. Therefore, their fates are tied together. He's the one who beds himself with the fucking weird-ass lady, so, I mean... At some point, you have to be judged by the company you keep. That's just how it rolls. Man, we didn't get, like, an explanation about the whole... The whole fucking... I know what... Now you've got me talking about Takano. But we didn't get an explanation at the... I mean, really. I mean, it was going to be, you know, later explained upon. And maybe it was like a hint towards something. But, like, the whole Takano's death and when she died and when she was supposed to appear and... Oh, I saw her at the festival, but then... And then the... Oh, but the autopsy says she died before that. Like, what the hell is going on with that? I don't know, man. There's so much we don't have answers to. My mind is like, I'm trying to keep my mind like rooted in where we're currently at, this problem with Satoko we have, but it's just going everywhere. So I apologize. We just need to shelter Satoko. That might lead to her uncle being desperate to take her back, but we'll stubbornly refuse him.
そんな簡単にはいかないよ。
It won't be that easy.
サトコは育ち盛りの女の子なんだよ。
Satoko is a grown girl, you know?
人間一人の面倒を見てくださいなんて、猫の子預けるのとはわけが違う。
It's not like giving someone a cat. You're asking him to care for a real person.
じゃあ監督。
Then coach.
監督はどうだよ。
What about coach?
監督ってよくは知らないけど裕福なんだろ。
Coach, I don't know, he's got a lot of money, right?
自分で言ってたくらいなんだし。
He even said it himself.
本当の親でなくても保護者になれるなら監督でも可能なんだ。
Even if he's not a real father, Coach could become her guardian.
監督ならサトコの面倒を立派に見てくれる気がする。
Coach he would be great at taking care of her.
だから、
Stop that.
サトコをペットみたいに考えないでって。
Stop thinking of Satoko like a pet.
ケイちゃんはさっきからサトコを誰かに押し付ける話ばっかり。
All you're doing is talking about pushing her onto someone else.
人間一人の生活の面倒を見る責任ってものをもっと慎重に考えて。
You need to think more seriously about how much responsibility it is to care for another human being.
監督に聞いたの。
Did you ask him?
サトコを引き取って面倒を見るってちゃんと確約を得たわけ。
Did you get an actual promise from him that he'd take Satoko under his care? I mean, he sort of unprompted said that to me. Don't get mad at me, Mion. I'm just relaying what fucking weird ass Irie was talking about, alright? I'm trying.
そんなの得てないよ。
No, I didn't.
でも監督なら絶対に OK するだろう。
But Coach would definitely say yes.
まあいいよ。
Huh. Well, fine.
100歩譲って監督が OK したとするよ。
Even considering the 0% probability of Coach saying it was okay. Then what?
でもダメなんだよ。
It still wouldn't work.
保護者は独身じゃダメなんだよ。
He couldn't become a guardian all by himself. Ah, that's right. Coach. Didn't he say it himself? He was alone, so he couldn't do it. Shit. The hell. Why is being single such a disadvantage in this society? Oh, such a real statement right there. Oh, I feel it. Oh, I'm fucking ostracized by the society we're in because I'm single right now, dude. Everywhere I go, I walk down the streets and people are like, "Oh, he's fucking single," and everyone's fucking. I mean, God, it stings. It's hard being single, guys. It hit me right in the heart. Mi corazón. I'll be okay. Sorry, this is a very big moment, and I'm just making fucking dumb jokes. Then all you could do is marry into a wealthy family, couldn't you?
ひなみ沢にそんなお金持ちはいるのかな？
Is there anyone that wealthy in Hinamizawa?
難しそう。
I'm not sure.
ね、
See?
簡単じゃないんだよ。
It's not simple.
人間一人引き取るってのは。
It's hard to adopt someone. Getting back to being like, back on actual analyzing what's happening here. It's actually kind of weird to see Mion fight back so much. To me, it feels very unlike Mion. Normally, Mion preaches, hey, always look for a way to solve a problem. You know what I mean? And here she sounds, I agree, it seems like she's probably thought about it and probably has had a lot of time, but it seems very uncharacteristically defeatist of Mion here. Instead of being like proactive and being like working with Kechi, of course is fucking heated. And his mind is going a million places at once, trying to find a solution, because he really cares about Satoko. But it is very weird to see him versus Mion here, and Mion just shooting him down constantly and being like, no, 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 instead of potentially trying to look for a way. Anyway, that to me is weird. Not weird, but it's like a thing that sticks out to me. See? It's not simple. It's hard to adopt someone.
誰かに押し付けようなんて短絡的な考えがそもそもダメなの。
And you can't go into thinking you'll push Satoko onto someone else just for a little while.
考えが浅いんだよ、ケイちゃんは。
You're being naive, Ki-chan.
なんなんだよ、畜生畜生。
Shit, damn it, what the hell?
俺は必死にサトコを救おうと考えてるのに。
See?
ダメだ
That's
ダ
what
メ
I
だっ
was
てそ
saying.
ればっかり。
I'm desperately thinking of how to save Satoko, and all you're saying is no, no.
お前ら本当はサトコのことなんかどうでもいいんだろ。
Don't you care about Satoko at all?
仲間のこと本気で心配してないんだろ。
Are you even worried about our friend one bit?
どうなんだよ。
What do you have to say for yourself?
そんなつもりないよ。
I didn't mean that.
でもそう簡単にはいかないっていうか。
But it just won't be that easy, and
そんな難しい話じゃねえだろ。
it's not that difficult a problem.
裕福な奴がサトコをしばらく面倒見てくれればいい。それだけのことだぞ。
We just need to have some rich people look after Satoko for a while, that's all. It is very funny for him to say that. All we need are a couple of rich people, and then for them to just take on Satoko. It's like, oh, that's it? That's all we need? Oh, so simple. All we need to do is find a couple of rich people who've got nothing else going on in their lives.
そうだ。ミオンチはどうだよ。
Right. What about your family, Mion?
お前、御三家とかいう立派な家柄なんだって自慢してたよな。
You always brag about how great it is being one of the three families or whatever, don't you?
話じゃ、ものすごいでかい家に住んでるそうじゃないか。
From what you've said, you must live in a gigantic house.
うち
My house?
無理そんなのバチャが許してくれるはずない。
No, that won't happen. My grandma would never allow it.
じゃあ、沖宮に住んでる親はどうだよ。
And what about your relatives in Okinomiya?
聞いた話じゃ、こっちもかなりの豪邸に住んでるらしいじゃないか。
From what I heard, they're living in luxury themselves.
町には親類の経営する店がたくさんあるそうだし。
There's plenty of shops your relatives manage in town, too.
立派な資産家じゃないかよ、おい。
Your family are basically millionaires, aren't they?
ダメ
No. No, that won't work.
沖宮の家なんてもっとダメ。
Going to Okinomiya is even more out of the question.
うちのお父さんそんなの絶対に許さない。
My father He'd never let it happen, ever.
おいおいおいおい
Hey, 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 hey.
普段は散々大物ぶりを自慢しといてここ一番で及び腰かよ
Normally you act like some high and mighty bigwig, and now you're being all spineless?
何なんだよ
What the hell? This is bad. This is turning from, like, all hands on deck, let's help Satoko, into, oh no, Kechi is going to start getting fighting with all of his friends and not solving any problems. Oh boy.
お前サトコを見殺しにする気かよ
Are you just going to sit by and watch Satoko suffer?
そんなつもりはないけど。
That's... No, I don't, but...
そりゃ私だってサトコは助けてやりたいよ。
I want to help her as much as you.
でもそれとこれじゃ話が。
But that's a different story.
話が違うってのかよ
How is it a different story?
冷てえやつ
How can you be so cold-hearted?
仲間の危機だろ
Your friend is in trouble.
ここで救わなかったら何なんだよ
What are you if you don't rescue her?
部長だろ
You're our president.
部活の
Our club president.
救えよ
Save her.
仲間の危機をよ
Save her from this crisis.
今ここで救わなかったら仲間じゃねえ人じゃね
If you don't save her right now, you're not our friend. You're not even human.
えお前の人間性が問われてるんだよ
I don't know if you have any humanity left in you.
聞いてるのかよミオン
Are you listening to me, Mion? My emotions all exploded out of me. I didn't even give her a chance to say anything in response. I just wanted to make Mion agree with me, even if I had to force her. If she did, Satoko's problems would be solved. If pushing her would solve the issue, then I'd push her as much as I needed to.
何さっきから黙り込んでんだよ
Why aren't you saying anything anymore?
聞いてるのかこの野郎
I'm asking you, asshole.
どうなんだよなんとか言ってるよ園崎ミオン
Well, say something, Mion Sonozaki.
みー
Me? Damn. Mion, looking down with a grim face, began sobbing. Her hands were clenched into trembling fists, and she rubbed her eyes to wipe away the tears. Was what I said actually that mean? This isn't the time to cry. We're in the gambling room now, and we have to do something to save Satoko. And as I thought that, Rina spoke, her voice cold and incredibly calm.
ケイチくん
Kechi-kun,
みーちゃんちがダメなら他の裕福な家を探したら
if Mi-chan's family won't work, then what if we look for another wealthy family?
私ひなみ沢に立派な豪邸建てて住んでる人知ってるよ
I know someone in Hinamazawa who lives in a nice big house.
誰だよ
Who's that?
白々しいよ
Oh, come on.
あれだけ立派な家に住んでて自分の家だけは蚊帳の外
You've got a splendid family, and you're leaving it out of things.
俺んちかよ
My family.
俺の家は
My family is...
仲間なんでしょ救ってよケイチくんが
Goddamn. Rina put the Uno reverse card on him. She used it. She's using it. Get him, Rina. Rina says, you're friends, right? Save her, Kechi-kun.
みーちゃんはダメだってさ冷たいから
Mi-chan is cold-hearted after all.
じゃあ仲間思いのケイチくんがお手本示さなきゃダメだね
Since you are so considerate towards friends, you should lead by example.
あれだけ大きなお家に家族3人で住んでるんだっけ
Just the three of you living in that huge house, right?
じゃあ空き部屋なんかいくらでもあるよね
Then you've probably got plenty of spare rooms.
余ってるお部屋いくつかさとこちゃんに分けてあげればいいじゃない
You should just give a few of the empty ones to Satoko-chan.
それでめでたくさとこちゃんの悩みは解決
And then her worries would be all over.
あら何
What's this?
これでもう終わり
We're done already.
あっけない話だったね
That was pretty quick.
はい解決お疲れ様
I love sarcastic Rina. Okay, great. Congratulations on solving the problem.
じゃあもう今日はいい
Then are we done for today?
私帰るねランランラン
I'm going home. Hooray, hooray.
今日は久しぶりに宝探しにでも行こうかな
Maybe I'll go treasure hunting. I haven't done that in a while. She needs to find the
昨日までは
fucking...
ずっとさとこちゃんのことが
Colonel
心配で
Sanders.
全然遊ぶ気になんかならなかったし
I was so worried about Satoko-chan until now that I didn't feel like going to play at all.
今日はどんな宝物が見つかるかな？はう
I wonder what I'll find today. How?
なんか言ってよ。
Say something, will you?
私だけ喋りずくめ？
Why am I the only one talking? Got him.
黙ってんじゃないわよ。
Fucking got
聞いて
him.
んの？前原圭一。
Say something, you bastard. Are you listening, Kechi Maibara? Even the cicadas seemed to cower in fear. Rina, her shoulders bobbing up and down, and me, who had forgotten to breathe. Honestly, so far, best Rina moment so far in this game. That was really good. Really good. Oh, she's got the pissed eyes. She's got the scary eyes. Oh god, I didn't notice. Uh-oh. Oh, they just happened. Uh-oh. But yeah, she's like fucking. She's like, I'm tired. I'm tired of Kechi yelling at Mion. Going on the offensive. Mion, whose face had gone completely pale, and Rika-chan, who was keeping silent as if nothing had happened. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tight and stiff. It petrified us where we stood. Rattle. The sound of the chair as Rina sat back down after having stood up finally allowed everyone present to take a breath. Rina had shown me just how much I hurt Mion.
レナが怖いのです。
Rina's scary. After a few moments, Rika-chan cut into the frozen air.
うん。
Yeah,
ごめんね、リカちゃん。
I'm sorry, Rika-chan.
みーちゃんもごめん。
Mi-chan, I'm sorry to you too. But Kechi, fuck you. Not sorry to you.
圭一くんには謝らなくてもいいよね。
Exactly. I don't have to apologize to you, do I, Kechi-kun?
ああ、
Yeah,
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
めちゃくちゃなこと言って悪かった。
I'm sorry for being so unreasonable.
さっきのあれ、私に言ってたの？
Were you saying all that to me before?
みーちゃん睨みながら言ってたから、私てっきりみーちゃんに言ってるもんだとばかり思ってた。
You said it while glaring at Mi-chan, so I totally thought you were talking to her. Rina had such strength that you wouldn't have imagined it normally. All I did was spout terrible things as a wave of violent fury passed over me. I couldn't contend with her.
ミオン、ごめん。
Mion, I'm sorry.
頭に血が上ってた。
I lost my cool. Come to think of it, I didn't understand what had gotten me that riled up. I thought of myself as Satoko's Nini, so I only had good intentions. But I'd think about it a little harder than everyone else, and yet...
うん。 いいよ。
It's okay.
私こそケイちゃんが一生懸命悩んでるのに、あれはダメこれはダメばっかり言って。
You were worrying with everything you had, but all I was saying was that nothing would work.
ごめんね。
So I'm sorry.
私も悪かった。
I did something wrong too. Mion rubbed away the tears at the corners of her eyes with her fists and apologized as well. We bowed our heads to each other and looked down without glancing at the other. Someone, I don't know who, heaved a sigh. Satoko being tormented had been known about since last year. How had the tragedy back then saved Satoko? How had they brought it to an end? Right. In the end, nobody could do anything. All they could do was bear it patiently and wait for those agonizing days to end. That's right. The one who brought an end to those terrible days was some crazy drug addict nobody knew. On the night of Watanagashi last year, their mean aunt had been beaten to death. But it hadn't been done to save Satoko or Satoshi. Right. It really was just a coincidence. Satoko's friends, who needed to do something for her most of all, could do nothing. The incident may have been a tragic one, but from Satoko's viewpoint, it was nothing less than a miracle. Yes, a miracle. A miracle one could only wait for.
待つしかないのかよ。
Is waiting all
俺たちには。
we can do? Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence. Literally wise. It would make more sense if it wasn't a coincidence. You'd be able to work with so much more. Not for evidence of abuse. Not for something that minor. Huh?
何をかな
Wait,
奇
for
跡
what? I think I cut her off there.
何をかな
Nope, I didn't.
奇跡
A miracle? No one made fun of me for using such a crazy word. We couldn't come up with any solutions, so it was the only thing we could do.
無力なんだよ
We're
私たちは
powerless. That one word Mion dropped was a finishing blow. It was hot. My body was sticky with sweat. The worst month? June. Fuck June. Me and my homies hate June. I walked forward quite a ways, then turned right where the rice fields ended. I'd never come home before, or here before, so I had no idea where to go. I got lost several times, so I may have taken quite a long way around. Maybe I should have gone back home and gotten my bike first. It would have made everyone else worry if I'd asked them, so I asked one of our other classmates where Satoko's actual house was. Wait, is he go? That house was originally her family's, apparently, not their uncle and his wife's. The house had been bigger, so they had taken it for themselves. Right here. Several houses. Excuse me, all in a line. Over there? I was visiting Satoko's house, but didn't particularly intend to meet her there. I didn't mean to spy on the enemy, her mean uncle, either. Maybe I just wanted to be a little closer to her, as her Nini. Pretty words, but I didn't know if they were true. If what Tomita-kun and the others told me was right, it'd be this house. When I recognized it, my feet grew heavy. What did I come here for? My motive for coming here was absurd. When Mion had said at the end that we were powerless, it made me sort of frustrated. I just wanted to do something, anything, other than waste the days away praying for a miracle. That's what made me come here. But that was all. Even if I were witness her uncle actually tormenting Satoko, what could I do? Would I act like a comic book hero, punch the guy in the face, and take Satoko away with me? And then live together somewhere far away? That was ridiculous.
俺は
I'm
無力だ
powerless. The cicada's voices, raised in chorus, sounded like they were scoffing at me. As though they were saying that if I couldn't do anything and wouldn't do anything, then I should go back home. I heard a car approaching, so I got out of its way. But the car stopped right behind me, its horn honking shortly once. Uh-oh. Annoyed. Hadn't I gotten out of their way? I looked behind me, and a familiar face was looking at me out of the driver's seat window.
監督
Coach?
こんにちは前原さん
Hello, Maibara-san.
こんなところでお会いするとは本当に奇遇です
How unexpected to meet you all the way out here.
お家は近くなんですか
Do you live nearby? Me being here wasn't normal. Just as I considered somehow giving him the slip, I noticed Satoko sitting in the passenger seat. Wait. Me being here wasn't normal. Just as I considered somehow giving him the slip, I noticed Satoko sitting in the passenger seat.
さとこ
Satoko. Satoko got out of the car and began unloading a lot of groceries from the trunk.
買い物の帰りに偶然
That was literally the thought I started having. I was like, there's no way. There's no way. I'm brushing that off. I happened to run into Coach on my way back from shopping.
送ってくださるというのでお言葉に甘えたのですわ
He said he'd bring me home, so I accepted his offer.
自転車でこんなに買い物をしたら運びきれませんからね。
She wouldn't have been able to carry all those groceries on her bike. As Coach spoke, he pulled Satoko's bike from out of the back seat where they'd put it. The grocery bags were big, and there were 4 of them. They all seemed to be packed full and very heavy.
この袋、セブンスマート？
Those bags. 7 Smart?
おいおい、自転車で行くにはちょっと遠すぎないか？
Hey, isn't that a little far to go by bicycle? I looked at the bags and saw that they were filled to the brim with sake bottles, snacks that you'd eat with sake, and boxes of cigarettes. Their weight was one thing, but their contents were nothing less than luxury items.
監督のおかげで助かりましたわ。
I made it thanks to Coach. He helped me out.
ちょっと坂道は辛かったですから。
It was a little difficult going up those hills. Satoko gave Coach a smile filled with gratitude, but it was incredibly awkward and even heartrending.
サトコ、
Satoko,
この買い物、今晩の晩飯ってわけじゃないだろう？
these groceries aren't for dinner tonight, are they?
当然ですわ。
Of course not.
私、お酒なんか飲めませんし、おつまみも嫌いですし、
I do not drink sake and I hate snacks.
タバコなんか吸うわけ。
Of course, I don't smoke either. He made Satoko go to a distant store by herself on her bike, so she could buy dumb shit like this? And what was the uncle doing right now anyway? He must have been working up a good sweat at this very moment if he needed to send Satoko out by herself, right? If not, then how much? How much had Satoko suffered for no reason? I hadn't intended to voice my feelings, but they may have made it into my face. Coach might have noticed, because he clapped me on the shoulder. Just then, one of the house windows clattered open. Oh boy, here we go. In the face of a vulgar man, the very sight of which made me immediately avert my eyes, emerged from within it. There was no self-introductions necessary. My gut told me that this was the uncle in question. The first thing out of his mouth should have been words of gratitude for Satoko.
サトコ
Satoko!
缶のガスかけっぱなしで出よったんなこの
You left the heat for the sake on when you left, you half-wit.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry,
でも、すぐに買いに行けって言ったから。
but you told me to go right away.
やかましいわ
Shut up!
せっかくの銀座台無しにしよってん
You've gone and ruined it. And it was the good stuff, too.
どうしよったんじゃ
What did you do about it?
ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Satoko miserably apologized over and over, bowing again and again. She could be perfectly described as a small animal. I had no idea what was happening. Satoko finished shopping for all this heavy stuff that wasn't even for dinner. She only managed to come back because she ran to Coach and he drove her home. If she hadn't been found by him, she'd surely still be by herself, panting and moaning, pedaling her bicycle up that steep hill. What was with those words, those horrible, sleazy words that he said to Satoko? In what country's dictionary did it tell him to say such things? I love the way that's phrased. In what country's dictionary gives him the right to say those words to poor Satoko? To a young girl who just finished shopping. My anger, of course, wouldn't reach him. The uncle displayed no interest in me, instead shouting at Coach.
おや
Oh?
入江の先生じゃないですか
If it isn't Dr. Irie.
こんにちは
Hello, hello.
そしたら先生も上がっていきますか
Why don't you come on inside too?
もうオーラスですからすぐ入れますよ
We're in the last round, so you can get in right away.
ピンのワンツー何でもありで
100 yen per 1,000 points, and anything goes.
いえ、
No.
遠慮します。
No, I'll pass. Thank you.
サトコちゃんとは偶然お会いしたんで、ちょっとお送りしてあげただけです。
This is the serious face is on. He's donned his serious face. I just ran into Satoko-chan and gave her a lift is all.
すぐに失礼します。
I'll be leaving now.
そんなちょっとぐらいやってってくださいな
Ah, nah. Come play around.
先生お金持ちじゃないですか
You've got a lot of money, yeah? I didn't even understand what her uncle and coach were talking about, but I knew one thing for sure. None of what he'd just said had been to thank Satoko in any way.
さとこ、とっととカキも持ってこんかい。
Satoko, could you bring us the damn snacks?
ビールも冷めてもうた。
And start getting those beers chilled too.
冷蔵庫から冷えてるの出してくれな。
Go get us some cold ones from the fridge.
てっちゃん、娘に厳しすぎや。
Te-chan, you're so harsh on her.
もうちょいいたわらんとかいそうやで。
She looks so sad. You should take better care of her.
あんな娘にゃこのくらいでちょうどいいよ。
This is how I gotta treat her.
兄貴んちにいた頃からそうだよ。
She's been like this since she was my bro. Wait, she's been like this since she was with my bro. Makes a little more sense.
甘やかすと親の言うことをなんも聞かんやっちゃよ。たく。
Spoil her and she ain't gonna listen to a damn thing you say. Shit.
それよか、てっちゃんの妻だぜよ。
Whatever. It's your draw, T-chan.
椿さんリーチしよったで。
Sabaki-san declared Rishi too.
おお、悪い悪い。
Sorry.
なんね。椿、あんたまたリーチかいな。
What? You and Rishi again, Tsubaki? It looked like it wasn't just her uncle. Some of his friends were over. Hey, wait. What was he... No, what were they doing? Flinging rude words left and right, making Satoko go shopping for your beer. What were they doing?
町からおじさまのお友達が来てて麻雀やってますの。
My uncle's friends came from town, and they're playing mahjong.
お友達のお夕食もご用意するように言われてますのよ。
He told me to prepare dinner for them as well.
なんだよ、それ。
What the hell? Mahjong? He called his friends over for mahjong? They were too busy playing, so they sent Satoko to buy them a crapload of booze from a faraway store? And the first thing he said to her was how she left the gas on? What the hell? What the hell?
何やってんだよ、あいつ。
What does that guy think he's doing?
麻雀ってそんなのに遊びほうけてサトコにこんなのを買いに行かせるのかよ。
Who could get lost in some dumb game of mahjong and send Satoko to buy all this stuff? Even though Coach was listening, he pretended he wasn't. There was a line of heavy-looking shopping bags lined up on the ground next to the trunk.
さあ、前原さんも手伝ってあげてください。
Maibara-san, you help too, please.
ほら、男の子なんですから、こっちの重い袋を持ちましょう。
You're a boy. You get to carry this heavy one.
監督、
Coach!
こんなのまかり通っていいんですか？
You're gonna let this slide?
こんなの絶対に。
This is completely... Coach pretended he hadn't heard that violent outburst either. When I thought about it later, his reaction might have been the best thing he could do in that situation.
私も2つ持ちますから。
I'll carry two of them myself.
ほら、
Come on,
前原さんも持つのを手伝ってあげてください。
help us carry them, please. The bags were packed to the brim with bottles of sake and bar snacks. They were so heavy, and so filthy, so unfair. They weren't just heavy in terms of weight. They made me feel mortified. Nothing could have been heavier than that.
ケイチさん、無理しないでいいんですのよ。
Kechi-san, there's no need to push yourself.
私も持ちますわ。
I'll carry it. Satoko mistook my biting back the humiliation as grimacing under the weight, and offered to help.
バカ、
Stupid.
俺をなめるな。
Don't underestimate me. Satoko had never looked down on my physical strength in the slightest. Gah. Grah. Grah.
監督もすみませんわね。
Coach, I'm sorry for you too.
重いでしょ。
It must be heavy. No, not at all, answered Coach, smiling vaguely. Coolly. But I, and I alone, knew. Coach was an adult, so he just knew how to keep his feelings from showing. There was even more anger than I was feeling, burning deep in his eyes.
いや、
Well,
重いですね。
it is heavy. Ugh. Shit. I wasn't very far to the doorstep of Satoka's house, but the bag squeezed my palms and started leaving red marks. A Fury welled up in me, and the back of my throat stung. But even if it all came gushing out, it wouldn't solve anything. So, just tightly gritting my teeth was as much as I could do.
本当にありがとうございますですわ。
Really, thank you so much.
監督もケイチさんも
Both of you.
おかげで本当に助かりましたでございます。
You really helped me here. After we carried them to the back door, Satoko said that was enough. Occasionally we'd hear the repulsive laughing of her uncle and her and his friends from within, and my insides would seethe. I knew they weren't ridiculing us, and that was why it made me so mad. They'd made Satoko shop for all this heavy, selfish stuff, then ignored her and laughed amongst themselves as they pleased. It was deeply aggravating. Of course, Coach had to have felt the same way. But if he accidentally left his feelings slipped onto his face, he'd only cause Satoko more worry. He knew all that, and spoke coolly, as if to say he didn't care.
いいえ、
Not at all.
ささやかでもお力になれたなら幸いです。
I'm happy I could be a bit of help for you.
お手伝いできそうなことがあったらいつでも言ってくださいね。
If there's anything else I can help with, please, tell me.
ええ、
Yes,
お気持ちだけでも本当に嬉しいですわ。
I really am happy you feel that way. That he feels that way. Those words were sad. Satoko herself was sad and resigned that we could only help her so much. But she was right. No matter how much Coach or I wanted to help Satoko, this was as much as we could do. I felt absolutely ashamed at not having the power to help her any more than this. Burning, boiling emotions were bubbling up within me and rising into my throat. Trembling all over, I almost started to cry from my fury.
俺も力になれることがあったらいつでも力を貸すから。
Me too. If there's anything I can do, I'll help you whenever you need.
その頑張れよな。
So, hang in there. I wanted to at least. Give her those trite words, saying that I'd help her whenever she wanted.
ええ、
Yes,
ありがとうございますわ。
thank you very much.
わざわざこうしてここまで来てくださっただけでも嬉しかったですわ。
I'm happy just that you came all the way here when you didn't need to. Satoko seemed to have guessed what I was doing in a place like this, when my house was in the opposite direction from school.
さ
Alright,
あ、もう行った方がよろしいですわ。
you should get going.
今は酔っ払ってますから、どんな難癖をつけられるかわかりませんわよ。
They're drunk right now, so there's no telling what they'll get mad at you for. She felt guilty getting us involved after we'd helped her, because she wanted to be the only one to suffer this misfortune. That's how it looked, and it hurt. I handed my supermarket bag over to Satoko, and then I noticed on the back of Satoko's hand there was something that looked like a bruise.
おい、サトコ、このあざどうしたんだよ。
Hey, Satoko, what the heck is that bruise? I knew as much as anyone else how transparent that sounded. I didn't need to hear it from Satoko to know how this bruise came to be.
階段で転んだ時にちょっと打っただけですのよ。
I just slipped on the stairs and hit it a little.
気になさらないでくださいませ。
Please, pay no mind.
嘘だろ。
You're lying. Coach nudged me in the back. And then he put his index finger to his mouth to chide me for being so loud.
本当にありがとうございましたですわ。
Really, thank you so much.
では明日、
Until tomorrow,
学校でお会いできるといいですわね。
I hope we can see each other at school.
そんな話してないだろ。
That's not what I'm talking about.
その手のあざはどうしたって聞いてるんだよ。
I asked you how you got that bruise on your hand. The evening glow finally got to a point where I could see the other concealed oval-shaped bruises and traces of swelling on her neck and her legs, and other places too.
階段から落ちたんですの。
I fell down the stairs. The very moment my violent, rampaging emotions were about to burst their way out of my throat, I found my mouth being tightly clamped down on. Coach was pressing down on my mouth from behind, wrapping around me tightly with his hands. Because of that, I couldn't say anything. I could only groan, which I did. That was all I could do. I needed to expel all the magma sitting deep within me, because otherwise I'd surely explode into a million pieces that very moment. So I groaned. I groaned. From my mouth. From my whole body. While heat fell in drops from my eyes. I groaned and groaned. I groaned to the point of exhaustion. I wrung absolutely everything out of myself. Even having lost my voice, I was still wringing it all out.
気持ちはわかります。
I understand how you feel.
わかりますから前原さん。
I really do, Maibara-san.
今だけこらえてください。
Please, please just endure it for now.
お願いですから前原さん。
Please, I'm asking you, Maibara-san. Endure it for now? And then what, huh? What would have happened to her? To Satoko? Her body and mind were wounded. She was being made to suffer like this. Can you not even see? Or can you not even let me howl in vain at all? Or at it? Is that it, Coach? Are we this powerless? So powerless that we can't even fucking scream from the bottom of our hearts? The voices of the Higurashi made me calm down. I didn't know how long it had been. Satoko abruptly gave a slight bow.
ありがとうございますですわ、ケイチさん。
Thank you very much, Kechi-san.
さとこ
Satoko.
今、ケイチさんが本当のニーニーみたいに見えました。
You looked a lot like my real Nini just now.
私の本当のニーニーは
My
いな
real
くなってしまったけど、
my real Nini may not be here anymore.
私にはケイチさんというニーニーがいてくれる。
But I have another Nini named Kechi-san.
そうだ
Yeah, you got it.
俺がお前のニーニーだ
I'm your Nini.
お前が辛い時絶対に助けてやるから
And when you're in pain, I'll help you no matter what.
ニーニーがサトコをきっと助けてやるからな
Your Nini will rescue you for sure. Satoshi Hojo, you fucking idiot. If not now, then when? Satoko, she's never been in more pain than in her life. Or been in more pain in her life. If her Nini doesn't save her now, then when will he? Why did you run away? Why did you abandon her? Why did you leave Satoko behind? You don't have any right to call yourself Satoko's Nini.
俺は逃げないからな
I won't run away. Huh?
絶対に逃げない
I definitely won't run away.
サトシみたいにお前を見捨てて逃げたりしない
I won't run away and abandon you, like Satoshi did.
絶対に
No way.
俺はお前を見捨てない
I will not abandon you. Slit. Tears trickled down from Satoko's eyes. And then she narrowed her eyes into a smile.
さよなら、
Goodbye,
ニーニー。
Nini. Satoko took her right hand and awkwardly waved to me.
大丈夫ですわ。
I'll be alright.
今のニーニーので、私いっぱい力をもらいましたから。
My Nini now helped me so much.
大丈夫。
So I'll be okay.
明日まで頑張れますから。
I'll do my best. Until tomorrow.
大丈夫。
I'll be okay.
だから、
So,
今日はさよならでございますわよ。
for today, this is goodbye. There was no way that I could say bye, see you tomorrow, and then From inside the house came a throaty, disgusting voice.
Satoko!
Satoko!
はよ、乾きも持ってこんかい
Could you bring us the snacks already?
さあニーニ
Okay, Nini.
早く行ってくださいませ。
Get going already.
もう私は大丈夫ですから。
I'll be fine now.
早く。
Hurry.
行きましょう前原さん。
Let's go, Mybara-san.
これ以上はかえって聡子ちゃんに迷惑をかけます。
Staying any longer than this would be a bother to Satoko-chan.
監督、
Coach,
ニーニーのお家はちょっと遠いんですの。
Nini's house is a little far away.
申し訳ございませんが、送ってあげていただけます？
I'm sorry to ask you this, but could you take him home?
ええ、
Yes,
わかりました。
I'll do that. Coach grabbed me by my collar, and with strength I couldn't have imagined him having, started dragging me away. And I, unable to oppose him, started getting farther away from Satoko. She waved her hand to us, expression still dark, and disappeared through the back door. Coach got into the car first, then turned around on the narrow path and brought the passenger side door around for me.
前原さんの気持ちは痛いくらいにわかります。
I know how you feel so well it hurts.
いえ、前原さん以上にわかるつもりです。
No, I think I understand it even more than you.
でも今この場だけはこらえてください。
But right now, just for now, please, endure it.
あなたの心は確かに伝わりましたから。
She understood exactly how you feel.
だからこらえてください。
So, please, endure it.
でないと。
If you don't,
もう分かってます。
I know already.
すみません。さっきはありがとうございました。
I'm sorry. Thank you for before. I meekly got into the passenger seat. The car accelerated quietly. Satoko's house grew further and farther away in the rearview mirror. It made a wide turn, and then I couldn't see her house anymore. There was like a small part of me that wanted me to just them get into the car. Irie drives a little way away, and then he U-turns and just floors it, drives the car into the guy's house, and just BAM! So we made a wide turn, and then I couldn't see her house anymore.
え？
Hmm?
あなたのお家そんな遠くなんですか？
Is your house that far away?
学校の反対側じゃないですか。
It's in the other direction from the school, isn't it? I didn't bother to reply. I would have been hard-pressed to give him an answer as to why I was at Satoko's house. Coach didn't say anything more either. For a while, the two of us were silent. Only sounds from the gravel spraying over the road as we drove. I remembered how Rina said things were different than last year. At the time, she had Satoshi with her. Satoshi protected Satoko, so that less of the sparks fell onto her.
でも今はサトシはいない。
But for now, Satoshi isn't here.
はい、
Yes.
残酷ですがそれが事実です。
That's the unfortunate truth. Coach seemed to understand what I really meant when I said that.
悲しくあまりに残酷な話ですが、
It's a terribly sad, cruel story.
私たちの決意や努力、尽力には限界があります。
But there's a limit to our resolve, our efforts, and our assistance. It sounded like an excuse, but he was right. Even if Coach and I wanted to be people Satoko could depend on. That was all. It ended at the front door. No matter how much I shouted that I would be her Nini. No matter how much I shouted that I wouldn't abandon her. No matter how much Satoko called me Nini. I couldn't do any more than that.
サトシは一体どこに行っちまったんですか？
Where on earth could Satoshi have gone? Right, Satoshi was another story. Her actual brother, Satoshi, he was in a position to protect her far, far better than we ever could. That was the cold, sad truth of the massive gulf between Satoshi and us.
今頃
I wonder,
どこでどうしているんでしょう。
what he's been doing lately. Do I think Satoshi is dead or alive? My honest guess, and maybe I'm overthinking things, but I think plain text, the game is trying to make us think that he's just left, right? But the game is doing that in the hopes that we as the reader say, nah, he couldn't have just left. He must be dead. But then I think there's a second layer to that, almost like a reverse psychology type situation. And I do think he actually is somewhere out there. I think what the, again, I might be really overthinking things, but I would just think, to me, as someone now, I consider myself an expert now after reading all of Umineko, I think there's a double layer to it. I think, like I said, as best I can describe it, I think the game out right here is trying to tell us, hey, Satoshi just left. And so we, if we were like only like if we were no brain level reader, we'd be like, yep, 100%, we agree with what we're just being told, right? Then if we were like thinking we were somewhat smarter, we'd be like, nah, the game is telling us he left, but something bad must have happened to him, clearly, right? But then you got to elevate to the next level and say, no, the game wants us to think just on that base or the mid level and think that something happened to him, but he is in fact actually somewhere out there. I don't know if what I said made any sense, but that's the best answer I can give you. All that to say, if I had to place my bet, I would say I think he's out there somewhere. But the game weirdly wants us to think, without directly telling us, that something bad has happened to Satoshi. Anyway, Satoshi left home. I didn't know why. Maybe it was because of Oyashiro-sama's curse, or if he disappeared or something. In any case, he wasn't beside Satoko now. At the time Satoko needed him to protect her most, he wasn't here. Why isn't he here? Also, and I know this sounds lame to try to like theory the game out like this, but like, or theory out the story, but like, opportunities, like you could do a lot more, for lack of a better term, interesting things if he was technically like out there somewhere. Whether we end up seeing him or not, the possibility that he is actually out there, there's more opportunity to do interesting things story-wise than just if it just concluded with, oh, he is dead. Like, the possibility that he's out there is far more interesting. Even if the game is able to keep that as like it's a cat box situation. The cat box is a lot more interesting if we don't know the answer than if the game were to outright confirm that he was dead somewhere, right? Cat boxes are much more interesting to think about and string us along throughout the game than if, because that's the thing. The other thing could be like, is the game ever going to straight up, because I don't know where this is going, but like, is it going to straight up give us one answer or the other, you know? It's far more interesting if it's just like always up in the air and we're always left on at the edge of our seat being like, where is Satoshi? Where could he be? Where is it? What's his absence mean? Yada, 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 you know? But I digress. I'm rambling. I apologize. Kechi says, why isn't he here? Satoko needs him more now than ever.
お社様のたたりがどうとかいろいろ言われてますが
A lot of people talk about Oyashiro-sama's curse.
家出した
Exactly. But the only thing I can say
としか言えません
is that he ran away.
ある日を境に帰ってこないって仲間が言ってました。
One of my friends said that one day he just never came back.
妹の聡子に書き置き一つ残さずに家出を。
He ran away without even leaving so much as a note for his sister?
サトシ君はコツコツとアルバイトをしてたんです
Satoshi-kun had been doing part-time jobs a lot.
サトコちゃんが当時とても大きなぬいぐるみを欲しがってましてね
At the time, Satoko-chan really wanted this huge stuffed animal.
結構いい値段らしくて そのためにアルバイトをいろいろとしていたらしいんです。
It ended up costing a lot, so he was doing all sorts of part-time jobs in order to afford it.
妹思いの兄でしたからね。
He felt so strongly about it.
おじ夫婦のもとで不憫な生活を強いられている妹に
Oh, hey, what's up?
少しでも立派な誕生日プレゼントを贈ろうとしているんじゃないかってみんなささやき合っていました。
Everyone was whispering about how he at least wanted to get his sister a nice birthday present, since she was being made to live such a pitiful life with her uncle and his wife. In the end, he didn't use his savings for a birthday present for Satoko.
サトシ君がいなくなり、警察がいろいろと調べたら、
Oh no, I had forgotten. Oh god. Oh no. Why? 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 Oh god. Satoshi-kun disappeared, and the police looked long and hard.
サトシ君の貯金が当日すべて本人によって下ろされていることが分かりました。
They found out that Satoshi-kun had withdrawn all his savings himself on the day he left.
方々をいろいろと調べた結果、その貯金を資金に東京の方に行ったんではないかということになりました。
After checking all over, they began to think that maybe he'd used his savings to go to Tokyo.
東京
Tokyo?
何しに
For what?
家出
Again.
としか言いようがないじゃないですか。
All I can say was that he ran away.
自分が逃げ出すための資金をコツコツと貯めて
He saved up all that money so he could run away?
そこまでは勝手ですよ。
He was that selfish?
でも聡子を置いてくことはないじゃないですか。
But how could he just leave Satoko behind?
同じ家出するなら聡子も連れて行くべきだった。
If he was going to run away anyway, he should have brought Satoko with him. Even now, Coach was still calm. He wasn't trying to pour any oil on the fire of my anger at all. He just waited till my anger naturally subsided. After listening to gravel being crushed under the wheels for a little while, Coach spoke abruptly.
察してください。
Please, understand.
置いていかれたさとこちゃんも同じ考えに至ったんです。
Satoko-chan, left behind, arrived at the same conclusion. I'm a burden on my brother, and that's why he abandoned me. He didn't take her with him when he left. How terrible must Satoko have felt, being betrayed by the brother she loved so much.
でもさとこちゃんはとても強い人でした。
But Satoko-chan was a very strong person.
もちろん親しい友人たちの支えもあってのことでしたが、ああして笑顔を取り戻すことができました。
Of course, she had the support of close friends too, but that was how she regained her smile. I recalled how Satoko had spoken of Satoshi so brightly when I was eating dinner with her and Rika-chan a few days ago. At the time, I didn't think any more of it than how pleasant their sibling love had been. But now that I did think about it, I realized it was like she was peering into the distance from atop a pile of tragic perseverance.
サトシ君はきっと帰ってくる。
She said Satoshi-kun will come back for sure.
その時までにお荷物じゃなくなった自分を見てほしいって。
And that when he did, she wanted him to see how she was no longer a burden.
聡子はお荷物なんかじゃないですよ。
Satoko isn't a burden.
あいつ俺なんかよりよっぽど生活力はあるし、大抵のことは何だってできる。
She's way better at day-to-day living than me. She could do pretty much anything.
そりゃレナやリカちゃんなんかと比べれば劣る点はたくさんあるかもしれないけど、そこいらのやつよりよっぽど一人前ですよ。
I mean, she might fall behind Rina or Rika-chan in certain aspects, but she's way more of an adult than most people.
サトシ君がいつ帰ってきてもいいように、そういう風になれるよう努力した結果です。
That's the result of her having worked so hard, since she didn't know when Satoshi would come home.
涙ぐましい努力があったんですよ。
Her efforts are so painful. While she lived with Rika-chan, while Rika-chan taught her how to handle everything flawlessly, also that she could welcome back Satoshi at any time, so that they could show him she wasn't ashamed.
で、そのサトシはいつ帰ってくるんですか？
So, when is Satoshi going to come back? I asked Coach, but knew he wouldn't be able to answer. In any case, Satoshi ran away. I guess, I mean, throw another theory into the pile, but I mean, if we want to go the route of like something bad did happen to Satoshi, and for some reason, you know, like Irie knows that he wouldn't be able to obviously, you know, show back up, or you know what I mean. In any case, Satoshi ran away. He left Satoko and ran away from Hinamizawa. Someone said that when you leave Hinamizawa and run away, Oishiro-sama's curse gets you, right? Then, that made sense. Satoshi running away and his disappearance. That would obviously mean people thought it was the curse, right? And they could smile, as though it were his own fault. As though it were his own fault. As though he got what he deserved. Hey, Oishiro-sama, whoever you are, Satoshi didn't vanish because he ran away. You demoned him away with your curse, didn't you? If that's not what happened, then I won't forgive you.
サトシはいつ頃逃げ出したんですか?
When did Satoshi run away?
去年の綿流しのお祭りの夜、
The night of the Watanagashi festival last year?
おばが異常者に殺されて、
And their aunt was killed by the deviant.
その数日後の
It was a few days after that.
さとこちゃんの誕生日にです。
On Satoko-chan's birthday.
サトコの誕生日に?
On Satoko's birthday? Bang! I slammed my hands on the dashboard in front of me with all my might. Satoshi, of all the days, could have chosen to run away. Their aunt just died a few days before, didn't she? All your days of suffering were about to end, weren't they? You were just about to start thinking about a new life, weren't you? It's wrong to be happy about someone dying, but for Satoko and her brother, her birthday had come at a critical turning point. Their mean uncle had fled town, and the siblings would be left alone. They should have been able to be happy about that on Satoko's birthday. Satoko was probably waiting for her brother to return the whole time. Waiting for her brother to return when he never did. Waiting with bated breath for her brother to return, her hopes and dreams of a new life to come growing even larger. But no matter how long she waited, he didn't come back. He didn't even contact her. Satoko, trembling in anticipation of a great present. Just when? When would she have to face the cold, terrible truth? Satoshi, you fucking idiot. I could feel my blood rising in my head, in my anger at Satoshi. I was frustrated. I was aggravated. I couldn't forgive him. Satoko still respected and adored her brother, and yet he so heartlessly betrayed her. Such a person wouldn't just come back. Now, when he was most needed. Yes, no one would protect her. Not even her real brother Satoshi.
だから、あなたがニーニーだと認めてもらえて嬉しかったです。
So when she started to see you as her Nini, I was happy. Huh?
私もさとこちゃんの幸せを祈る一人ですが、社会的立場があり、日中は仕事をしている身です。
I pray for Satoko-chan's happiness as well, but I have a position in society and a job to do every day.
私がさとこちゃんのために割いてあげられる時間は少ない。
I have little time that I can devote to Satoko-chan.
でもあなたは違います。
But you're different.
学校で生活を共にし、さとこちゃんやさとしくんとも年はほとんど離れていない。
You go to school with her? You're closer to her than Satoshi-kun in age.
あなたは自分ができることに限りがあると思っていますが、
I know you think you can only do so much.
それでも私よりはずっとさとこちゃんに手を差し伸べられる場所にいるのです。
But you're in a position where you can give Satoko-chan a hand much better than I can.
だから私の分までさとこちゃんの力になってあげてほしい。
So, I want you to help her enough for the both of us.
そう願っています。
That's what I wish for.
そんなことは
But that's...
監督だって。
Coach, you could...
もちろん年季のある私だからこそできる助けだっていろいろあると思います。
Of course, with my job skills, there are plenty of things only I can help her with.
同じようにあなたにしかできない助けだってあるということです。
But in the same way, there are things only you can do for her.
私たちは互いにそれを全うすべきだと申し上げたいのです。
What I want to say is, we should both perform in every way we can. Was that a little too complicated? Coach added that, but I shook my head in response. When I heard him say he had job skills, it reminded me that he was an adult, in a different position from all of us. Maybe I should ask him about it.
監督は法律とか詳しいですか？
Oh, Coach, do you know a lot about laws?
いえ、平均的に疎いですが、何か。
No, I know even less than the average person. Why? Thanks. Why do you know less than the average person? You fool. I thought back to when I argued with Mion and the others about Satoko. Our children's argument had only left us with the conclusion that we had to wait and see, but what would an adult think?
児童福祉法でしたっけ？
What was it? Child welfare law?
児童の安全を確保するために緊急措置として親子を分離させるという方法があるそうです。
As an emergency measure to secure the safety of a juvenile, they can force him or her to separate from their parents.
緊急措置？
They can do that?
じゃあすぐに聡子をおじの元から救い出せるということじゃないですか。
So then, we could rescue Satoko from her uncle right away.
聡子ちゃんが
Satoko-chan
それを望まないかもしれません。
might not want that.
虐待されている本人が避難を望まなければ弱いでしょうから。
Unless the person being abused wants shelter anyway. Doesn't go that far.
聡子が望まない？
Satoko doesn't want it?
どうして？
Why? Coach didn't answer me. I didn't know why he didn't. It was clear as day that Satoko's uncle was being violent, treating her like a slave. So then why? I clamped down on my frenzied emotions and waited intently for Coach to answer. But he never did. It wasn't like he was pretending he hadn't heard me. If I had to say, it was more like he wanted to explain but couldn't put it into the right words.
聡子ちゃんは多分そういういじめに耐えるのを試練だと考えているかもしれません。
Satoko-chan probably thinks of this abuse as a trial.
試練？
A trial?
変な宗教じゃあるまいし。
This isn't some weird religion we're talking about.
ご存知と思いますが、サトシ君は聡子ちゃんをずっとかばってきました。
You might know this, but Satoshi-kun always looked out for Satoko-chan.
聡子ちゃんもずっとサトシ君に頼ってきました。
She always relied on him,
甘えてきたと言うべきかもしれません。
almost as though she was utterly dependent on him. I'd known for a while that Satoshi had always protected Satoko from their aunt and uncle, but that was his duty as an older brother, not something to worry about.
それがトラウマになったかもしれないんですよ。
I think that may have traumatized her.
自分が兄にもたれかかりすぎたから、兄が自分を嫌ってしまったんではないかってね。
Maybe she figured that depending so heavily on her brother had made him hate her. And for Satoko, current situation was a retelling of a story of a little over a year ago. But this time, Satoshi wasn't here.
だから誰にも頼らずに自分の力だけで試練を乗り越えたい。
She wants to overcome this trial by herself, without relying on anyone else.
そういう力を身につけなければ、サトシ君は帰ってこない。
And that if she doesn't grow strong, then Satoshi-kun will never return.
そういう考えになっている。
She thinks something like that now.
と、私は考えます。
Or so I believe. Now that he mentioned it, Satoko had never said a word about how hard it had been before. I figured she was being threatened not to talk about it, but
みんなと相談して児童相談所とかに通報すべきかなんて話をしてました。
I talked with everyone and we were wondering if we should report it to the Child Consultation Center.
聞いてますよね。
I have heard.
昨年も福祉士さんがサトコちゃんのところに行ってるのは。
That a social worker was visiting Satoko-chan last year.
はい。
Yes.
結局様子見で余計にいじめられたって話も。
In the end, they decided to wait and see, and we thought maybe that made her get tormented even more.
あれ、サトコちゃんが自分で通報したらしいんです。
That was... Apparently Satoko-chan reported it herself.
で、その結果、余計いじめが水面下へ移行して エスカレートした。
And as a result, the abuse worsened, but was kept just out of sight.
サトコちゃんに降りかかるいじめも増え、それをかばうサトシ君の負担も著しく増えた。
She was under even more torment, and the burden on Satoshi-kun for protecting her rose considerably.
ひょっとしてサトコ
Huh? Could Satoko?
それ通報した自分の責任だなんて思ってるんじゃ。
She wouldn't be thinking it's her own fault for reporting it, would she? Coach nodded quietly.
多分サトコちゃんに通報の話をするととても嫌がるが、その必要はないと強がりを言うと思います。
Satoko-chan would probably either hate it if you suggested reporting the abuse or feign courage and say you didn't need to.
サトコちゃんに内緒で通報したとしても、福祉士に対して自分は虐待を受けていないと言い張るでしょうね。
And even if you reported in secret, she'd probably insist to the social worker that she wasn't being abused. Satoko always acts tough and doesn't readily admit defeat, so I can imagine that easily.
一応児童相談所には裁判所の許可も当事者の許可も一切不要で緊急措置ができる強い権限があるんだそうです。
And the Child Consultation Center has enormous authority in these matters. They can take emergency measures without needing any permission from a court or the concerned child.
虐待が公然の事実なら、サトコちゃんが否定しても身柄は強制的に保護されるでしょう。
If the abuse was known to the public, they could forcibly shelter her even if she denied it.
それはサトコちゃんにとっては負けを意味するものなのかもしれませんが。
For Satoko-chan, that would probably mean losing.
勝ち負けの問題じゃないですよ。
This isn't about winning or losing.
サトコは現実に
It's real life. Satoko, she's...
話を折りますが、
Back on topic.
身柄が保護されると養護院等の施設に送致されます。
After they placed her under their protection, she would be sent to a child care institution or the like.
そうするとですね、そこで暮らすことになるので、つまり引っ越しということになります。
She would basically be living there, so it would mean moving away.
ですから学区変更で転校にもなります。
And with the change in residence would come a change in schools too.
T-
That
転校は
changing schools,
仕方ないです。
it has to be done.
それであいつが保護されるなら
If that's what it'll take for her to be safe.
サトコちゃんはその辺の事情も知っています。
Satoko-chan understands all those things.
だからますます保護を望みません。
All the more reason for her not to want it.
どうして
Why?
あの家でサトシ君の帰りを待つのがサトコちゃんの生きる理由だからですよ。
Because Satoko-chan's reason for living is to wait at that house for Satoshi-kun to return.
兄に捨てられ廃人同然になりかけた少女が何に生きる理由を見出したか。
She was a husk, an empty shell after being abandoned by her brother. How did she find her reason to live?
あなたのでなくサトコちゃんの価値観で考えてあげてください。
Try looking at it from Satoko-chan's point of view, rather than your own.
と
Felt like he was trying to confuse me with that hard to understand, roundabout way of talking so unique to adults. The point was that I couldn't do anything about Satoko wanting to stay in that house, and that I should watch until she gives in. In the end, no matter what I said, Coach himself was saying to wait and see.
俺はわかりませんよ。
I don't understand.
はい。
What?
俺は本当にサトコが危ないと感じたら誰の意思も聞かずに通報します。
If I feel that Satoko is really in danger, I will report it without asking anyone's opinion.
その結果サトコは不快な思いをして俺を恨むことがあるかもしれないけど
She might not be happy with the result. She might hate me for it.
最終的にはそれがサトコの幸せにつながると信じます。
But I believe that will ultimately be what brings Satoko happiness. Coach turned to me and gazed fixedly into my eyes. It was written all over his face. He was shocked at what such a young kid had said.
どうしてあなたはそこまで。
Why? Why would you go that far? Coach, no, rather, normal adults might not have understood. so I taught him the creed and the values that I believed in.
サトコは俺の仲間だから。
Satoko is my friend.
そして俺はサトコのニーニーだから。では理由は足りませんか？
And I'm Satoko's Nini. Isn't that enough of a reason? I stared at him with a will strong and unbreakable as steel as his eyes betrayed a tiny bit of unrest.
いえ、足りないなんてことはありません。
No. Of course that's enough. We were silent for a little while, until finally, Coach said only that.
誓ったじゃないですか、俺たち。
Didn't we make a promise?
すみません。
I'm sorry, what?
サトコを絶対に泣かせないって。
That we weren't going to ever let Satoko cry. We made a vow on that day of the barbecue party. I didn't think about it hard at all, but Coach and I still made a promise. That we wouldn't ever let Satoko cry. Coach gave a dry grin of regret, immediately apologizing for not remembering. One way or another, when he grinned like that, it made me think that his enthusiasm for saving Satoko was a tiny bit smaller than mine. He lightly hit the brakes, making a skidding noise, and my whole body suddenly fell forward.
ひょっとして前原さんのお家ってあれですか？
Could that be your house there?
ああ、前原屋敷が前原さんのお家だったんですね。
Oh, right. Maibara-san would live at the Maibara residence, wouldn't he? Before I knew it, we were almost to my house. When we needed him the most, Irie drops the ball. I don't know. I get everyone being like, hey, like, I get it. Everyone having to tell Ketchy, like, hey, I know you want to do a ton, but, like, there's only so many things we can actually do. It's unfortunate. December 1st, 1981. Prefecture Juvenile Welfare Division Report. Do not view, do not duplicate. Case 31, November 20th. Satoko Hojo, blank years old. Residence, Hinamazawa Village, Shishibone. 1. Consultation circumstances. Anonymous telephone SOS of child abuse. 2. Abuse situation. Anonymous claims that a female child is suffering physical abuse by adoptive parents, her guardians. 3. Family structure. Marks abusers. Adoptive father, adoptive mother, older brother, child in question. Note: in June 1980, child's parents died in an accident. She was given to her uncle on her father's side, father's younger brother. 4. Child Consultation Center's response. On the day of the anonymous telephone consultation, center called the child's school and asked for her situation. The next day, welfare officer on duty visited the child's home and heard what they had to say. Both adoptive parents agreed to the center's coaching. Contacted the anti-abuse network in the city. As part of the suggested coaching, district welfare officer in the area began visiting for coaching at fixed intervals. The scrawled note below is stapled to the report. Related information from former official Mr. W. Refer to 1977 document D2-3, number 44. Ask Chief Investigator F from the city's education consultation offices. He is well informed about it. Okay. So we got another section to read. I'm gonna do what we normally do here. Let's throw up a BRB. Let's stretch our legs for about 5-ish minutes. And then we will continue in on the next section. What do I think is gonna happen now? I think Ketchy's gonna take the matters into his own hands one way or the other. He's gonna ask people to help with him, and if they're not, he's gonna just go out on his own. Because he said right there at the end, he's like, damn, in that moment, even though me and Irie made a promise, I see that the fire burning inside him is just a little less than mine. He feels completely let down by Irie. He's let down by a lot of other people. He's very passionate about helping Satoko. It doesn't seem like he's very chill about just waiting and seeing. I think he's gonna... I mean, I don't know what's gonna end up happening once he tries to, whatever scheme he comes up with. But I don't think no matter how many people tell him, I don't think he is keen on the waiting and seeing approach. I'll be curious to see just exactly what his plan might be. I don't know what he would do. I don't know what he thinks he can do. I don't know what he's gonna do. I don't know what he thinks he can do or accomplish. I mean, there's a part of me that wants to think, like, if he tries hard enough, like, he'd be able to rope in the rest of the club members, but again, I don't know what they would do. Unless, as we say, Mion puts in the hit. Put in the request. Alright, I'll be back shortly. I'm back. I'm back to interrupt the car driving noises. Nearum. Nearum. More pain? No, my fragile heart can't deal with it. Alright, another section, shall we? I guess my main thing is what's the breaking point here? Something's gonna happen to, I mean, there's gonna, I would say, it's pretty confident in saying either something's gonna happen to Satoko, or Satoko's gonna do something to someone. That is the breaking point, I think, is we're gonna approach at some point. I mean, what are the chances Satoko snaps? Right? Does Satoko have what it takes within her to just go ham at her uncle or something, you know? What if she... I mean, like, what if? Also, okay, before you say that, like, what if we spent, like, was it the beginning of this chapter, or at least in previous chapters? You know the fucking how devious fucking Satoko is with her traps? What if she, like, Home Alone's fucking killing her uncle with, like, deadly traps? You know? I don't see that situation being that crazy. I could see, I mean, it's in context, it seems like it would be kind of corny. It would be, like, really fucking weird, and maybe it would have to be handled quite, I mean, I wouldn't put it past the game. I'm not saying the game is above it or anything, but I'm just saying, wouldn't it be fucking hilarious in a weird way if she, like I said, Home Alone rigs the house, her household, or gets this guy and his friends dead through the use of, like, traps, as if she's like some fucking trap master. Like, I'm sort of, like, talking myself into that. No, that's the unfortunate thing. I'm saying Home Alone, but I don't think it would be, like, comedy. I think it would be, like... And I don't think we'd actually see it. I think we'd see, like, the end results. I could see the game doing it as, like, an end result thing. We see fucking dead bodies of the uncle or something. Like, Ketchy runs into it somehow. That's how I think it would play. Anyway, I went home and washed the day's sweat off in the shower. Normally, I could resist everything by taking a shower and forgetting all the bad things. But that didn't happen today. I got out of the shower to find fresh underwear placed neatly in the laundry basket. Why did I keep the mouse there? So unlike me. Normally, I didn't stop to think about it, but today, I felt happy at my mother's consideration. At the same time, however, it made me realize how much Satoko must be suffering. At the very moment I was appreciating this gentle kindness, Satoko might be being bruised by her uncle's cruel words. I went up to the second floor and shut myself in my bedroom. Then, facing my desk, I folded my arms. My topic of thought, of course, was Satoko. We thought that if we could just get a public agency to intervene in the right way, the problem would be solved. But with what Coach said, I didn't think it would be so easy. Satoko is obstinate, and she would stubbornly deny the abuse, try to endure it. And that was an act of atonement towards Satoshi, who had protected her before and then run away. As long as she thought that way, the situation wouldn't be so simple. But earlier, before Coach, I made a clear declaration. If I thought Satoko was in danger, then I would do what I had to. In the end, that meant I was just going to wait and see too. Nevertheless, I thought I'd drawn a clearer line than Coach or my friends had. If the time came, I would report it. over the phone. Given Satoko's personality, she might criticize me if she found out. But I believed it was ultimately the best decision. Wait, catch your eyebrow? Would that really be all it took for the problem to end? Say that I reported it to a public agency like the Child Consultation Center. What if they stuck to their wait-and-see attitude like last year again? Last year, they decided to do just that, and the situation improved temporarily. But then the aunt, thinking herself a laughingstock, increased her tormenting in secret. In the end, things became more underhanded than ever before. This year it was her uncle. I had just seen him from the first time today, but the man seemed much more direct, much more violent than the word underhand could imply. He wasn't like their aunt. No, not that subtle. He was more direct. He might also assault her with punches and kicks. That could easily be discerned from the bruises and such I saw on Satoko's body. Shit. You're too naive, Ketsumabara. However, heroic, it may seem to report what was happening. If it didn't save her, then it doesn't mean anything. Reporting things to a public agency was only one option, and leaving everything to them would be dangerous. We would need something more to guarantee Satoko's safety. I scratched madly at my head, thinking, then tilted it back, wanting at least a little bit of calm. The memories of angry arguing with my friend today came to mind. I was embarrassed that I hadn't realized until Rina said something. She was right. My house is big. Compared to all the houses with the straw-thatched roofs in Hinamazawa, it was really big. We did actually have empty rooms. I've never thought that we were affluent, but also never that we were poor. I just didn't admit it because people would think I was arrogant. But maybe my family really is wealthy. We had a few rooms we could lend to Satoko. Guest rooms are only in use when people related to my dad's job come and stay every once in a while. Plus, if we cleaned up a few of the rooms my dad used for storage, they could work for her as well. As for food expenses, that might have been more of a serious problem than a kid like me could imagine. Lunch every day would be manageable. All of our friends would just have to bring a bit more for lunch than they usually did. With everyone pecking at everyone else's food anyway, it would be manageable. For breakfast or dinner, and dinner though, that would have to be up to Mom. I would need to convince her to lend Satoko more than just a room. Of course, I don't even think convincing her of that would be easy. About how much did it cost for one person to eat? How much tens of thousands of yen per month? They couldn't complain about it if I shouldered that, could they? I only had 10 or 20,000 yen in savings, but it was something. I actually had even more, thanks to New Year's gifts and such, but my parents had taken all that and put it into fixed time deposit. Man, this is very much like naive kid thinking, what's the best I can do to try to fix this very complicated situation. It's a very good like representation of like, damn, a kid that doesn't actually know what it would take and what the actual steps to doing something like that is, but just thinking like, I've got a little bit of money in savings. My parents would be totally fine with that. Man, all my friends, yeah, they would just share food at lunch. It's totally fine, and we'd just clean up some of the room, and Satoko would just be in there, and it's kind of painful. If I could get access to that, it should add up to a lot of money. And if I got that far, I should ask Mion and Rina to share some of that burden. Of course, I wouldn't depend on that. Rina got mad at me, didn't she? About how I shouldn't just shove responsibility onto others. I'd have to ask for help. Even so, I'd basically be saving her myself. I would follow through on it. Oh, but it wouldn't be only food expenses. There were a lot of other things that you couldn't do without, like baths and laundry. My mother was awfully methodical and strict about cutting out inefficiencies, and for once, that was troublesome. She might even make reference to the money it would cost for the detergent Satoko would use for her own clothes. I couldn't think only about food expenses. I needed more money. Hey, wait, Ketsumabara, since when was all this about money? Even if you could afford it, you would need your parents' permission first. They'd be looking after a young girl for a really long time. What would I say to persuade them? Just calm down a little bit, Ketsumabara. You'll realize right away that you can't. Even if you ask them seriously, they would tell you to call the police. Even if you manage to gain their empathy, why should the Mibra family have to shoulder all that burden by itself? That's what would happen. That was it. It was very sad and frustrating, but no matter how much I wanted to help, my resolution alone couldn't save anything.
そんなにも子供って無力なのかよ。
Are kids, are they really this powerless? I felt frustrated. I believed my feelings were stronger than anyone else's. I even thought they were stronger than Coach's. And yet, at that point, there were 2 knocks on my door, and Mom poked her head inside.
起きてたの？
Were you awake?
さっきからご飯ってずっと呼んでるわよ。
I've been calling you for dinner for a while.
あ、うん。今行く。
Oh, yeah, I'm coming. As someone financially dependent on his parents, I shouldn't say this, but I just sat around doing nothing and food suddenly appeared. It felt so natural to me that I'd shamelessly thought of it as the responsibility of the parents who gave birth to me. But when I realized the natural thing was actually a right, I came to realize just how hard it was to grant that privilege to others. Even the boring meal in front of me, no better than it ever was, had more meaning than that tonight. There was food for 3 on the table right now, for Dad, for Mom, and for me. I couldn't imagine how hard it would be to add another place at the table. Think, Kechimabra. If it was hard to make food for 4, then just think about how 4 people could eat food made for 3. Oh, changed around the way I thought. With that, I began to consider an unthinkably bold plan. That's right. I didn't need to get my parents' permission. She should just live here in secret. No. Keshi, come on, man. I got upset when I found out a while ago, but if I remembered right, if you climbed out the window, then shimmied down the first floor roof or the gutter, you could go in and out of the house directly from my room. It's gonna be like that, I don't think I've talked about this before. That one video, that one weird, creepy video, I don't know if it ended up being true or not, but where there was, like, that person, like homeless person that ended up, like, sneaking into someone's house one time and, like, lived in, like, this little alcove-looking thing that was, like, was found by, like, the camera, like, a hidden camera or something, and they were just, like, living in someone's house without them knowing for, like, a long-ass time or something. You're just gonna have a little Satoko, hanging in your house without your parents knowing. I mean, Jesus, fucking deadbeat Ketchy's dad is so fucking stupid. He probably wouldn't even recognize it. You just have to make sure the mom doesn't find out. I believe I know what you're talking about, yeah. Just keep her safe. Just hide her away. Apparently you got a large house. Put her in one of those art rooms. It's not like there's any art in there probably anyway. It's all front. The art is a front. Satoko's physical ability far surpassed my own, so it'd be even easier for her. Also, shimmying up. If I remember right, you climbed out the window, then shimmied down the first floor roof or the gutter. Fucking LA Noir ass villain tactic. I will never drop it. Fucking LA Noir, whenever you were running after an enemy and you would chase after them and then they'd start shimmying on the gutters and the sides of buildings and shit. Fuck that game. Satoko's physical ability far surpassed my own, so it would be even easier for her. I hadn't even thought about it, but her living here secretly was actually a necessity. Yeah, if you don't know, I'm a notorious hater of LA Noir. And get this, the worst part about it, I've never even actually fully played it. So I'm a hater from a distance of LA Noir. I hadn't even thought about it, but her living here secretly was actually a necessity. I'd only have to bring Satoko to my house when the public agency said they would wait and see. In other words, if Satoko's uncle continued to be her guardian, if, in such a situation, word got out that she was here, her uncle would barge in and drag Satoko back with him. Her uncle was a rightful guardian, so my parents would hand her over without an argument, no doubt. So, I needed to keep it a secret that she was living here. If it needs to be a secret, then having my parents help would mean a lot, but gotta deceive your allies first, like they always say. Okay. Persuading my parents was an unrealistic proposition, so I'll search for a way to have her live here in secret. When I was around, she would just have to be really quiet in my room on the second floor. The only other the problem to his theory here, again, this is all good intentions, whatever. But as Irie said, part of the problem for Kechi here is that whether it's warranted or not, Satoko wants to be in that house and wait out the, as he calls, the trial. So he can't just willingly get her to be like, hey, come stow away at my house in secret, and her be like, yeah, sure, that sounds like a great plan, when she's actively, potentially, if we're to believe Irie, right? Because there's a chance we haven't technically heard it from her mouth, which adds another layer to this whole thing. What are the chances, like, Irie is, like, incorrect or lying or making things up for whatever reason? But that's going down a weird path if we do that. If we're to believe what he's saying, she wouldn't just willingly be like, yeah, Kechi, let's go to your house. She's, unfortunately, in it for the long haul with the uncle. Until Satoshi comes back, which all indications are pointing to him not coming back, one reason or another. Anyway, when I was around, she would just have to be really quiet in my room on the second floor. The issue was the daytime. If she was hiding from her uncle, then she shouldn't go to school. It might be lonely, but not going would be the better option. I could easily teach Satoko stuff she learns in her grade. Oh, he's doing too much. Actually, during school, I mostly help all the younger kids out rather than study my own stuff. During the day, I would need to go to school, so I wouldn't be at home. My parents respected my privacy now that I was this age, so they wouldn't go snooping around in my room while I was gone. I think. If she holed herself up in my room, it would be okay, right? If my parents did come, thanks to where the second floor was, she could hear their approach from the sound of them coming up the stairs. And there would be a little bit of time before they got all the way up. I estimate a few seconds, that she would be able to hide herself in the closet. This is too much. Wait, Kechi. Something doesn't make sense. If she can't go to school, then what will she do for lunch? Calm down already. I could just leave her my own lunch, couldn't I? I should just go to school without lunch and get everyone else to split theirs with me. Okay, that's good. No more contradictions or oversights, right? Oh, breakfast and dinner. I could somehow get her to go without breakfast. I can go with 2 meals a day when I sleep in on Sundays, after all. Every night, I'd pretend as though I had a bigger appetite, then ask for a bigger helping. And then, I could just somehow give part of that to Satoko. As a test, I stood up from my seat with my plate of fish in my hands.
どうしたのケイチ?
What's wrong, Kechi?
ご飯は座って食べなさい。
Sit down and eat your food. Well,
ちょっと気分が変えたくなってさ。
I'm kind of not in a good mood.
自分の部屋で食べてもいいかな。
Could I eat up in my room?
ボロボロ落として汚すぞ。
You'll make a mess.
食事は食卓で食べなさい。
Eat dinner at the dinner table.
ごめん。
Sorry. Yeah, I totally forgot he was currently eating he was at the dinner table. I can just imagine his head going like, he's like moving his head up and down and looking at different directions as he's like formulating this whole plan. And his parents are just like slowly like chewing their food and just watching as he's like, he's making like hand motions and he's like, go to school and hide up in there. And they're walking up, my parents are walking up and they have a few seconds to hide in the closet. And he's just mumbling to himself and they're like, what the hell is he? Hey, wait. I only tried to take away one plate of fish, and they ganged up on me? In reality, it was impossible for me to smuggle food away without my parents knowing about it. But it must have been worth taking the time to think about. There must be some trick, some method to avoid them realizing. Even if I can't think of one today, I might think of one tomorrow. My appetite was rapidly fading, so I finished early and went back to my room. I went back there and tried to think about it from Satoko's point of view. For example, say my parents were coming up the stairs right now. Gotta hide. I opened the closet. Battler energy. So true. Clatter. It didn't open quietly. Hey, wait. Didn't it always open real smooth and quiet? Why was it suddenly doing this now? Was this house even structurally safe? Was it already showing signs of dilapidation? Or were the hinges just not greased well enough? Could I just apply some lubricating wax? The sound itself may have been soft, but it left me uneasy as to whether my parents would detect it happening when they climbed the stairs. This was an easy problem. I could do something about it. I just had to fix it up a little bit, so it didn't make any noise anymore. Oh, we are witnessing a slow descent into madness here. Or maybe not even slow. Mid-paced. For now, I'll close myself in the closet so I'd successfully hid. I basically always left my futon out on the floor. Couldn't think of any real reason my parents would want to go into my closet. Even so, there still might be some reason they would. I might need to construct some sort of camouflage so that she wouldn't be noticed even if they did open it. But the more she worried about that, the less time she'd have to actually hide, meaning it would be more likely they'd hear noise. And then, I suddenly had to go to the bathroom. The bathroom. The need to use the toilet. So obvious, and yet such a fatal flaw. The only bathroom was on the first floor. It would be absolutely impossible for her to use it without my family realizing. That's it. I'll make a little corner for her, like a bunny rabbit or a hamster, with some bedding and some newspaper shreds, and she could just go there. I'll clean up after her. She doesn't even have to worry about it. Fuck. But then showering. Fuck. I'll just get a bucket of water and I'll just pour it on her head every once in a while. It's fine. I'll take her outside and I'll just spray her down with the hose when my parents are away. He's fucking losing it. It would be absolutely impossible for her to use it without my family realizing. I might need to set up a portable toilet. Like a chamber pot, I guess. Satoko would hate it, so she could go in my room. Oh no. Oh god, but the stench would be pretty terrible. Anyone sensitive would probably notice the smell without even coming into the room. The bath was okay, though. She could just take a bath when my parents were out. And how long does he think he's gonna do this? Shit. It's been years now, and she's living inside of my house. She's outgrown most of her clothing. I need to buy her new clothes. Fuck. But my parents. It's been 5 years. Satoko has been living in my house. I don't know how much longer I can keep up with this. She has a little potty in the room. My parents. Food. Shower. She could just take a bath when my parents were out. But I couldn't do anything about a toilet. When her stomach started to hurt, if my parents were lazing around downstairs, she'd be in trouble. It was then that I noticed that I'd been clawing at my head with both hands. I sat down in the dark closet with my knees against my chest, buried my face in them and tore at my hair. The more I thought, the more contradictions popped up. The more I thought, the more things failed. And the more I worried, the more I was reminded of how little power I actually had. This is stressful to read. This is, I mean, it's just, the ramblings of a upset kid, but like, ugh. My back started to hurt from staying in a cramped place for so long. But if I was to shelter Satoko, I would need to force her to feel his pain. To live in such a dark, narrow, suffocating place forever. But it would still be better than being abused by her uncle, or so I wanted to think. It got hard to breathe, so I gave in and crawled out of the closet. I looked at the clock, and to my surprise, it was 3:30 in the morning. It felt like so little time, but it was so unbelievably long. When I realized that, I was slammed with a terrible urge to sleep, as the time had only just caught up with me. I didn't have enough strength to fight it, and I fell flat onto my futon. Shit, can't just go to sleep like this. If I waste any time, that'll mean I'm taking the same wait-and-see attitude that Mion and Coach and everyone else did. I don't think we're seeing the festival tonight. I just now I'm like, I don't think we're seeing it, unless it happens weirdly. I needed to keep worrying about how to rescue Satoko for a minute, or even a second longer, than everyone else. Isn't there a better way? Isn't there a better way? That one phrase I spoke to myself swirled around and around in a spiral, and steadily took over my entire mind. For my last moment of consciousness, I thought, there were a lot of blind spots in what I'd considered tonight, but I absolutely wasn't wrong for having those ideas. Tomorrow, I would suggest this bold plan to the others. Mion might be able to help somehow, and Reno is really sharp, so she might have a good suggestion. And above all, we needed to rescue Satoko once again, with everyone helping out. I felt pathetic for letting myself fall asleep. I'm sorry, Satoko. Higurashi when they cry. Ketchy, you're failing, Satoko. Think harder. The ceiling blurred into view. It was hot. There was a thin layer of moist sweat on me. The voices of the cicadas permeating my room were somehow grating to my head.
Oh,
what?
今日日曜日じゃないよな。
Today's not Sunday, is it? I remembered today was a weekday and quickly brought myself to consciousness. And then, finally, I leaped out of bed. The clock read a little before 10. I was totally late. When I wandered downstairs, my mom would get mad at me. There was nothing I could do, though. After reviewing the schedule for the school day for a moment, I suitably arranged the stuff in my bag. I hurried and got dressed, then went down the stairs. There was no sign of my parents anywhere. Maybe they went out somewhere together. So that's how it was. My mother had probably woken me up once this morning, but then I fell back asleep without remembering it. And my parents, thinking I'd gone to school, left. Something like that probably happened. I went to the front door, and as I expected, it was locked. Looked like I was right. It was further evidence of my speculation being correct. When I realized my parents weren't here, it suddenly felt less like I had to rush to get to school. There was one portion of breakfast left in the dining room. Probably mine. The milk they'd poured in it had gone warm since a while ago. When I realized how hard it would be to sneak food for Satoko yesterday, I'd cried. Well, thinking back on it, food wasn't the only issue in that regard. I wasn't in a position where I could care for double four. I wasn't in a position where I could care for Satoko by myself anyway. It's such a heavy thing just to save a single person. I'd seen this on TV and in comics all the time. Those feel-good words about how you'll save your friends for sure and such. Was that why I ran my mouth like that, swearing to save her? Because I wanted to feel good about it? No, that absolutely wasn't true. Because the fact was, I couldn't save her. Because I didn't want to think like an adult. Like I couldn't do anything but watch. Had Satoko gone to school today? I immediately realized that was a meaningless question. Whether or not she did, there wouldn't be a change in the environment she'd been placed in. If I couldn't save her, and no one else could either, then we could only pray for a miracle.
俺たちは無力か。
Are we so powerless? With a vague goal of getting to school in mind, I sluggishly put on my shoes and stumbled out the front door. Sluggishly. I had only overslept by 2 or 3 hours, but the sunlight and air felt completely different from how they usually were in the morning. Well, of course they did. Once 10 o'clock came around, you could barely call it morning anymore. I didn't feel like walking the same old route to school. I needed to ultimately end up there. But it was like, I didn't want to choose the shortest route, the most proactive one, to get to school. Put in a more positive light, maybe I wanted some time to walk by myself and think. I had to go to school, partly to make sure Satoko was safe, but I hadn't come up with any plans yet. Nothing since last night. So the path I took from my house was in the complete opposite direction. If I went this way, I'd pass Rena's house and the dam site. It'd be quite a detour. I calculated how long of a detour it would end up being. Then, satisfied with the answer, I started to walk. Rena had brought me to the dam site a few times. One section of it turned into an unlawful, oversized garbage dump, and Rena really liked going fishing for junk in there. Oh, we're gonna get Colonel Sanders back! Without that, she'd come off a completely normal girl, too. I can think of a few other qualities she could do without, but whatever. The view quickly opened up wide, and I was hit by a strong wind. There was no shelter here at this big dam site. Maybe it was a good thing I came here, I thought. At the very least, it was more healthy to think about stuff in a place like this instead of my cramped bedroom. I took a deep breath and filled my lungs with the rich, cold air unique to Hinamizawa. Ring, ring. I turned around reflexively. It was a bicycle bell. Considering where I was standing, I don't think they were trying to get me out of the way. They'd rang the bell because they wanted something from me. Oh my god! It's the fucking man. Oh, that means blonde-haired lady is not far behind, is she? Oh god. Oh god. I feel it. My headache, my throbbing headache has come back. She's come back. She's gonna fuck some shit up. She's gonna stir the shit up. Aha. Alright. Toмотake says, hey, excuse me.
君、Hinamizawa の人だよね。
You're from Hinamizawa, right?
そうですけど。
Yes. Why? I've seen this person around a few times. Right. I remembered. His name, I think, was Toмотake. Freelance photographer who lived in Tokyo. Here we go. Back to my theory. He's running a roguelite. He doesn't actually know him. He only knows him from his previous runs. From the previous chapters. That's the only reason he knows who Toмотake is and feels like he just seen him before. It comes back to him because he's like, oh shit, I've had a previous run that I don't remember, but I remembered one thing. I remembered Toмотake as a person. I'm telling you, that theory is so locked in. I could not be any more locked in on that theory. His name, I think, was Toмотake, a freelance photographer who lived in Tokyo. He would zealously visit Hinamizawa every season to take pictures, or so Mion and the others told me. I think. Like, see how many times it's saying I think? You wouldn't do that if it was like, oh, you know, I'm pretty sure I remember, like, the others telling me this at one point. Like, they're hammering home that he's, like, just recalling this thing. I'm so locked in. I'm so locked in to this theory. Because, like, why would he keep... like, the way this is written, it's so intentional. He's a freelance photographer who lived in Tokyo, and he would zealously visit Hinamizawa every season and take pictures. Or so Mion and the others told me, I think. Nah, man. Nah, man. This game can't get it past me. I already know. No. 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 Come on. Come on. It's so obvious. This is so obvious. I'm being gaslit. Chat is gaslighting me and my ideas. Ah.
フルデ神社ってここからどう行けばいいか教えてもらえないかい?
Toмотake says, could you tell me how you get to the Fruity Shrine from here?
マップを宿に置いてきちゃったみたいでね。
I think I left my map at the inn.
困ってたんだよ。
I don't know where to go.
ここから神社ですか?
The shrine from here? I knew where everything was in my head, but explaining how to get there was difficult. I was a little irritated at having been bothered for this, but when I realized it meant my detour actually meant something, that feeling faded quickly.
教えてもいいですけど、ちょっと口で説明するのは難しいですよ。
I'll tell you, but it's a little difficult to explain.
一緒でよければ連れて行ってあげますけど。
I could bring you there if you don't mind.
え
Really?
それはかたじけないね。
I'd be in your debt.
助かるよ。
Thanks a lot.
あ、でもいいのかい？
But are you sure?
君の用事は。
Did you have something to do? Tomitaka-san finally appeared to have realized how strange it was for a student like me to be here at this time of day. I smoothly told him not to worry about it, then turned my back and started walking towards the Furude Shrine. Tomitaka-san hurried to turn his bike around and came after me.
ごめんごめん。
sorry.
気にしないでくれよ。男には組織を離れて一匹狼になりたい時もあるんだからね。
Don't worry. All guys have times when they need to split up from the pack and be lone wolves for a while. What a free-minded freelancer. It was easier for me too, that he was under that impression.
僕は富武
I'm Tomitake,
フリーカメラマンさ
a freelance photographer. Oh, you don't have to tell me. I apparently already know.
専門は野鳥と風景
I specialize in wild birds and landscapes.
まだまだ無名だけどね
I'm still pretty unknown though. It seemed absurd for him to introduce himself when I was just showing him to the shrine, but he gave me his name, so I need to give mine back.
前原圭一です。
I'm Mybra.
まあよろしく。
Pleased to meet you, I guess.
圭一くんかい
Mybra-kun?
よろしくね
Pleased to meet you. He seemed like a pretty silly man, but that felt kind of good considering I've been suffocating with worry over Satoko all night. Along the way, Tomitaka-san spoke at length to me about how precious the nature in Hinamazawa was, and how it was a treasure trove of rare wild birds, despite my not having asked. I wasn't interested in what he had to say, but he seemed to be enjoying himself, so I left him to it. Walk,
この石
riding
段を上がれ
bicycle.
ば神社の境内です。
These steps will take you to the shrine grounds.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
助かったよ。
You really helped me out.
ああ、ちょっと遅刻しちゃったかな。
I think I'm a little late. As Tomitake-san mumbled to himself, he left his bicycle nearby and started to climb the stairs quickly. Wait, they're going to the shrine grounds? Uh-oh. Is she here? Uh-oh. I didn't have a watch, but as far as my internal clock could guess, it was still a little late in the morning. School wasn't very far from here. Maybe I could kill a little more time until then. With that in mind, I went up the steps in pursuit of Tomitake-san. When I reached the top of the long staircase, I arrived at the wide-open shrine grounds that were too grand looking for this tiny village. Tomitake-san. Oh, there he is. Looked like he was supposed to be meeting someone here. Then he got lost and ended up being late. He was bowing to a lady who must have been the person he was meeting. That lady. I knew her. See? How do you know her? Huh? Oh, is that you, Mybra-kun?
こんにちは
Hello there.
今日は学校はお休みかしら
Are you off from school today?
あれ
What?
なんだ、圭一くんついてきたのかい？
Oh, Mybra-kun. You follow me?
別にそんなつもりはないですよ。
I wasn't really planning to.
ただちょっと時間潰しがしたかっただけです。
I just wanted to kill some time.
あらあら
I'm reaching? Bruh, sometimes you gotta reach. Sometimes you gotta commit. You're not gonna get some half-hearted theories out of me, alright? I commit to him. The woman says, oh my.
重役出勤とは優雅なものねさすがは有名人今から大物ぶりを発揮してること
Arriving at work late like an executive. How refined. Certainly are famous, taking the time to look like a big shot. What was I? Celebrity? Well, she did say my name out of nowhere anyway. I was oddly concerned about what she meant by famous.
あら私の名前はまだ思い出せない
Oh, you still can't remember my name?
高野美代さんだよ。
This is Mio Takano-san.
村の診療所に勤めてる。
She works at the village clinic.
圭一くんは健康そうだから、あまり病院のお世話にはならないかな。
Mybra-kun, you seem healthy, so you probably haven't been in the hospital much, have you? Laugh, 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 laugh.
せっかくお知り合いになれたんだから、今度病気か何かできたらちょっぴりだけサービスしてあげようかしらね。
Now that we're finally acquaintances, next time you're sick or anything, I suppose I'll give you a little bit of special treatment. This lady named Takano-san, kind of didn't remember her. Maybe we'd passed each other on the street a few times, but I was pretty sure this was the first time we talked. Well, this is Inamizawa. Even if I don't know a person's name, it's not unusual for them to know mine. I glanced at Takano-san and saw she had a bag and a camera.
ひょっとして二人とも写真仲間ですか？
Are you photography partners?
あ、それで待ち合わせを。
Was that why you were meeting each other?
仲間でなんてとんでもない。
Oh, we're nothing like partners.
素人の私に二郎さんが優しくてほどきをしてくださるだけなのよ。
I am but an amateur, and Jiro-san is gently initiating me into it.
ねえ。
Right?
あ、
It's just a fling. Tomotake,
そんなことないよ。
that's not it at all.
高野さんは飲み込みが早いからね。僕の指導なんかなくても実に自由に撮影をこなすよ。
Takano-san is a quick learner. She can take pictures just fine without my guidance.
本当さ。
I mean it. I couldn't tell which of them was ahead in the conversation. Well, there was certainly one couple you wouldn't get tired of watching.
いよいよあさってが綿流しね。
The festival is finally coming up the day after tomorrow. Ah, the festival is finally happening.
今年はいい写
In the
真
future.
が撮れるといいんだけど。
I hope we can take some good pictures this year.
明日の設営シーンからレンズに収めるつもりだよ。
I plan on taking some shots of the setup tomorrow.
そういう準備風景からもお祭りの活力を捉えたいんだ。
I want to capture the festival energy shown by the preparations for it too. Oh, I just remembered. There is some village festival called Watsunagashi or something the day after tomorrow, on Sunday.
ひなみ沢の守り神、お社様に感謝するため、古い布団を積み重ねて供養する、そんなお祭りでしたっけ？
They hold a service with a pile of old futons in order to give thanks to Inamizawa's guardian deity, Oishiro-sama, I think.
あら、ご名答。
Oh, you're correct.
前原くん、引っ越してきたばかりにしては博識ね。
You have quite extensive knowledge despite just having moved here.
そう。お社様に感謝するためのお祭り。
Yes, it is a festival to give thanks to Oishiro-sama. Takano-san smiled somehow meaningfully, but didn't tell me what part of a festival to think Oishiro-sama needed to be laughed at.
やれやれ。高野さんは。
Cryptic as ever, Takano-san.
でもどうだろうね今年は。
But I do wonder what will happen this year.
二度あることは三度ある。
You know what they say. If it happens twice, it'll happen a third time.
そしてもう四度あったのよ。
And it's already happened 4 times.
五度目がないと言える方が何の根拠もないと思うけれど。
I think there's less evidence that it won't happen a 5th time, don't you think? I knew what they meant by their whispered exchange. On the day of Watanagashi, a freak death always occurs, which people call Oyashiro-sama's curse, and a disappearance occurs that people call being demoned away. These strange events had happened 4 years running, and Watanagashi, rapidly approaching the day after tomorrow, marked the 5th.
村の旧敵にたたりをなすお社様か。
Oyashiro-sama, puts a curse on enemies of the village, eh?
今年もあるとして、果たしてその矛を受けるのは誰になるだろうね。
If it doesn't happen this year, I wonder, who will find themselves at gunpoint?
あ、僕はここに来るたびにちゃんとお参りしてお賽銭を入れてる。
Oh, and I always come here to pray and donate money whenever I visit.
僕じゃないことは確かだよ。
It won't be me for sure.
あらそう。
Oh, is that so?
近年のお社様は異邦人には特に厳しいって話よ。
They say that Oyashiro-sama has been especially harsh on outsiders recently, you know?
引っ越してきたばかりとはいえ、前原くんはちゃんとひなみ沢に住んでる村人だけど。
Maiber-kun may have only just moved in, but he's a proper member of But you, Jiro-san, are a stranger who only comes once a year.
さーて、今年は見逃してもらえるかしら。
I wonder, will he let you go this year?
ひどいな。
The face of concern. That's harsh. Tomitaka-san was the only one with a pained grin, but we were all smiling, me included. Oyashiro-sama, the one who used a curse to kill people involved with the dam construction project, one after the next. He killed the dam construction manager, killed Satoko's parents for supporting it, and the next year, he even killed her aunt. If the demoning away was part of the curse, you could add Satoshi to the list of victims. As I thought about it, I realized that in the serial freak death incidents, the overwhelming majority had the last name Hojo. Half of the deaths and disappearances had come from the Hojo family. The Hojo family lived here in Hinamizawa. Did that mean Oishiro-sama punished and cursed them particularly harshly, because despite that, they had been in favor of the dam?
サトコのおじが帰ってきたって話は聞いてますか？
Have you heard the news that Satoko's uncle has returned? Takano-san, who had been enjoying a few words with Tomitaka-san, was caught unaware by my sudden inquiry.
あ、ごめんなさい。
They're gonna just be like, who? Oh, I'm sorry.
今なんて？
What was that?
あ、いえ、サトコの両親がたたり殺されて、おばもたたり殺されて。
Satoko's parents were killed by the curse, and her aunt too.
だったら順番的には次はおじの番かなって思ったんです。
So I was wondering if, maybe if you went in order, her uncle would be next.
去年のたたりでおばが無残な死に方をし、それに恐れをなして町に逃げていたやつですよ。
Her aunt had a miserable death from the curse last year, and her uncle let his fear take over and fled into town, right?
お社様は確か村を捨てて逃げ出そうとするのは許さなかったですよね。
Oyashiro-sama doesn't allow people to try and abandon the village, does he? I hadn't intended to be quite this persistent, but those words, they just flowed out of my mouth without me thinking about it. Right. Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't believe in something so unrealistic, of course, but the fact was that every year, unfortunate accidents and incidents happened to enemies of the village. Like Takano-san said just now, it had happened 4 times. No one could say there wouldn't be a 5th.
ふーん。面白い説ね。
That's an interesting suggestion.
確かに過去の犠牲者を見れば北条姓が多いのは事実。
It is true that if you look at those sacrificed in previous years, those named Hojo come up quite frequently.
その延長として考えれば、今年はおじが死ぬか消えるかする可能性は否めないわね。
Given how long it's gone on for, her uncle being the one to die or disappear this year isn't out of the question.
もう高野さんは
Not again, Takano-san.
起こるかもしれない不幸を笑うのは良くないよ。
Don't laugh about it. It could really happen.
ごめんなさいね。
I'm sorry.
でもお社様のたたりは私のライフワークだし。
But Oyashiro-sama's curse is my life's work. Takano-san gave off a mysterious, somehow intellectual impression, and her life's work was mysterious in its own right. She probably really liked inexplicable supernatural phenomena or something.
高野さんはお社様のたたりに詳しそうですね。
Takano-san, you seem like you know a lot about Oyashiro-sama.
どうでしょう。
Give me your honest thoughts.
北条の帰ってきたおじがたたりに会う可能性は。
Given that he's a Hojo and that he's returned, what are the chances that the uncle will fall to the curse?
あら何？
My, what?
そのおじさんを殺したくて仕方がないみたいね。
You seem like you really want this uncle of hers dead. Yes, Takano, could you just fucking... How about you just murder the uncle? I don't know. You seem like a freak. Just murder him for me. Me and Takano, we're gonna partner up and we're gonna take out the uncle ourselves somehow.
そんなんじゃないです。
That's not. Let me see this. Fear. Thinking. I don't know. I don't have much thoughts or feelings, as you say. I mean, I don't know. We don't know a ton about the uncle. I mean, I know that's kind of weird for me to say, like, oh, analyze the uncle as a character, but, like, if we're told he ran out of fear, and then, wow, he just shows up right before the next festival's about to hit, like, I don't know. Like, it sounds weird for me to say, but, like, just assuming, like, I'm not gonna be able to word it properly. Like, I don't know. That's giving, like, a bit of credit to him. Obviously, we don't know his situation, and obviously we could try to look into it at that, but also, like, that's assuming, like, he's actually thinking about it on that kind of level. What's not to say that he's just, like, he's just a deadbeat guy, and he's just like, oh, well, I hate being out there by myself, and I could come back and just mooch off of my niece, and have her do my things. I don't know. I think it's very possible. I could see what you're saying, though. Something seems... I agree with what you're saying. Something doesn't seem to be adding up between the actions and then what we're told was the reason why he left in the first place. I agree. And that very well may end up being an important point. I just hadn't thought about it too much. At least as far as, like, oh, is it going to actually evolve into anything? Anyway, Tomotake's laughing nervously.
どうだろうね。
I wonder.
神様の気まぐれ次第だからね。
It all depends on the whims of God.
前原くん、
Mybra-kun,
サンタクロースの正体は知ってる？
do you know the true identity of Santa Claus? What is she doing? Okay. Huh? I got a strange question all of a sudden, and I couldn't immediately answer. Feel like I'm losing my voice.
知らないの？
What? You don't know?
パパよ。
It's your daddy.
みんなの家のパパ。
The daddy's in everyone's family. Why is she trying to ruin Santa Claus for him? Why is she, like, trying to fuck... Why is she so weird?
なんだ
What?
そういう意味ですか
That's what you meant?
そりゃそうですよ
Well, of course.
どんなものの正体だって最終的には人間です
I mean, I see what point she's about to try to make here, but everything ultimately comes down to humans in the end.
だってここは人間しかいない世界なんですから
After all, humans are the only ones living in the world.
全ての現象は人間で解明できるはずです
All strange things should be explainable in terms of human actions. I just find it very funny that she uses the example of Santa Claus. It's just funny to me. After all, humans are the only ones living in the world. All strange things should be explainable in terms of human actions. I felt like I put that somewhat strangely, but Takano-san was not as dissatisfied with that reply as I might have guessed.
あら、その年齢のうちからそれに気づけるなんてなかなかね。
Oh.
その通りよ。
Oh, it's impressive you caught on to that at such a young age. You're right.
人間の世で起こる現象は、すべて人間の都合で人間が起こす。
Strange things that happen in the world of man are all caused by man for his own benefit.
では前原くん、もう一度尋ねるわよ。
Mybra-kun, I'll ask you again then.
今度はサンタクロースじゃなくてお社様。
This time, not Santa Claus, but Oyashiro-sama.
お社様のたたりの正体は何かわかるかしら？
Do you know anything about who Oyashiro-sama is? Takano-san took a step towards me and gazed into my eyes as she asked. Santa Claus was really the parents of every family's children. If lionizing that legend was a corporate tactic to try and profit during Christmas sales, then what was Oyashiro-sama, really? Oyashiro-sama.
あら、あなたが言ったのよ。
Oh, didn't you already say?
ここは人間しかいない世界だって。
There are only humans in this world.
すべての現象は人間で解明できるって。
Everything can be explained by human actions, right?
圭一君、
Amibur-kun,
ここだけの話だよ。
keep this to yourself, okay?
高野さんはね、お社様のたたりをめぐる一連の連続開始事件をね、
The string of freak death incidents attributed to Oyashiro-sama's curse.
ひなみ沢の村人が何かの儀式に基づいて行っている人為的殺人事件でないかと見ているんだよ。
Takano-san's view is that they may be premeditated homicides, performed by the people of Hinamizawa and based on some kind of ceremony.
誤解しないでね。
No, don't misunderstand me.
私はそれに至る教義や思想、文化を民族学的見地から研究することがライフワークなの。
My life's work is to research teachings, thoughts, and cultures from the viewpoint of folklorism.
別に犯人が誰かなんてことには全く興味がないのよ。
I don't really care at all about who the culprit really is.
そこだけ勘違いしないでちょうだいね。
Just keep that in mind, please. I could tell only that she was saying some crazy stuff. To use a food analogy, like you'd force feed a duck to be fattened, she forced her words down my throat. That's what it felt like.
そもそもそれを理解するためには、ひなみ沢村が鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていた古代にまで遡らなければならない。
To understand that in the first place, you have to go all the way back to ancient times, when Hinamizawa was called Onigafuchi, or the Demon's Abyss.
鬼と血を交わらせたと信じる半人半鬼の仙人たちが。
The transcendents who lived there believed themselves to carry the blood of demons, so were only half human. Takano-san, having entered her home field, leaned forward and began to speak of ridiculous matters. Toмотaka-san realized she was overawing me and interrupted for me.
高野さん、高
Help
野さ
me!
ん。
Help me, Toмотake! Takano-san, Takano-san!
その話をいきなり圭一君にしても。
You can't just chatter on about this stuff to Maiburo-kun.
ほら、彼も面食らってるよ。
Look, he's really confused.
あら、そう？
Oh my, are you?
続きに興味があったらいつでも言ってね。
If you want to hear more, ask me anytime.
前原くんくらいの年頃の男の子が好きそうな猟奇的なお話がてんこ盛りなんだから。
I have heaps of the grotesque stories that boys your age seem to love hearing.
ありがとうございます。
Please leave me alone. Thank you.
気が向いたらそのうちに。
If I feel like it, I will. For now, I softly and safely gave my refusal. Takano-san seemed a little unhappy that Toмотaka-san had rained on her parade, but she stopped talking about it then. Even so, it was still a very interesting story. That Oyashiro-sama's curse, which we thought of as a strange freak deaths, were really homicides, perpetrated by people of the village.
まあ常識的に考えればそうですよね。
Well, I mean, if you thought about it logically, it would have to be.
たたりなんかで人が死ぬはずない。
People wouldn't be dying because of a curse.
誰かがたたりになぞらえて殺してるに決まってます。
Someone's obviously killing people and making it look like one.
そうね。
Indeed.
それが誰なのかは研究しない方が無難ね。
As for who that is, it might be safer not to try and find out.
高野さんは知ってそうですね。
You seem like you know, Takano-san.
証拠はないまでも確信を持っているくらいには。
You may not have proof, but you seem like you believe it.
あら、どうしてそう思うのかしら。
Oh my. Why do you think that? I just kind of felt it vaguely. It didn't seem like her extreme passion for this research would calm down just because these things were taboo or because it was safer and easier. This person loved walking through the profound, forbidden abyss of risks and taboos.
それくらいにしなよ、ケイイチ君。
Let's leave it at that, Kishi-kun.
せっかく助けてあげたのに、またお社様のたたりの話が始まっちゃうよ。
I just helped you escape, and now you're trying to talk about Oshiro-sama again.
涼しいうちに散策に行きたかったのにな。
Wanted to take a nice walk while it was still cool. Toмотake-san seemed a little disappointed not to be able to go on the date he'd planned since I had brought up a weird topic. But right now, there was something I wanted to ask, just for a little bit. And that was about whether Satoko's uncle will be chosen for the curse this year. If he was, then another miracle would happen, just like last year. A terrible incident would happen again, but it would release Satoko from her unfortunate circumstances once more.
まあ
Well,
もちろんおそらくあの辺りの人たちが関わってるんだろうなっていう憶測は持ってるわよ。
I do have a few suspicions as to the kind of people who would probably become involved, of course.
鬼ヶ淵村の歴史を研究していれば自然と至る必然的結末。
It's a natural, inevitable conclusion for anyone who's researched the history of Onigafuchi Village.
それは誰です？
Who do you mean? What would I do if I knew? I asked that question to the other me deep inside, but got no reply.
熱心ね。
How enthusiastic.
それを知ってどうするつもりかしら？
What would you do if you knew?
別に。
Nothing, really?
知ったらあなたにも危険が降りかかるかもしれないわよ。
If you found out, you might get into danger yourself, you know?
5年目のたたりはあなただったりして。
Maybe the 5th year's curse would be you. Takano-san, toying with taboo, gave a devilish, satisfied smile, as though nothing in the world would be more amusing. She was probably trying to tease me, but I didn't feel like going along with her little game one bit.
偉そうな能書きでもったいぶってますが、高野さんだってよくは分かってないみたいじゃないですか。
You like to talk pretty big, but you don't really know yourself, do you, Takano-san? I'd felt a tinge of irritation at Takano-san's roundabout way of speaking, but those emotions escaped my mouth, like water flowing through a strainer. Even I was surprised at how directly I'd spoken out about what I felt. Of course, I wasn't the only one taken aback.
あら、
Oh my.
言ってくれるわね。
You're something else. Or, just adding word, you're something.
坊やなのに挑発までできるの？
You may be just a boy, but you can still provoke people.
意外に野生的ね。
How unexpectedly rugged.
嫌いじゃないわよ。そういうの。
I don't dislike people like that, you know? Takano-san's tongue poked out of her mouth, and I was convinced that it was long, thin, and split in the middle like a snake's.
ならいいわ。
Alright,
教えてあげてもよくってよ。
I'll tell you then.
でも、教えてあげる前に3つ誓ってもらうわ。
But you have to promise me 3 things first.
私が何を教えても後悔しない。
1. Not to regret it, no matter what I tell you.
口外しない。
2. Not to tell to anyone.
私が言ったなんて絶対言わない。
3. Not to tell anyone I told you. And again, I must point out, this is the face of, I wish I was anywhere but here at this moment. I gulped firmly and nodded. Toмотake-san made an exaggerated expression of distress, gave a dry, vague smile, and lit a cigarette.
教えてください。
Please tell me,
たたりを下しているのは
who
誰です？
is putting this curse on people?
たたる相手を選んでいるのは誰なんです？
Who is it? Who's deciding who gets cursed? And after I said that, I finally realized why I wanted to know. Ah! 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 Many of my classmates were playing freely in the schoolyard. A few of them had just run out of the school building after putting on their shoes and tapping their toes to the ground. It looked like they had just finished eating lunch. From a time manipulating standpoint, I guess I succeeded.
Maebara-san!
Oh, Maebara-san!
大丈夫なんですか?
Are you okay? A few girls noticed me and came running over. It was only natural they were worried. You'd think if someone wasn't there in the morning, they'd be out the rest of the day.
まあ遅刻さ。
Well, I'm just late for school.
気にしないでくれ。
Don't worry about it.
それより、さとこはどうだ？
Anyway, what about Satoko?
今日は来てるか？
Did she come today? The girls exchanged glances. I saw a thin shadow fall over their faces and knew the answer without needing to hear them reply. Satoko was absent today too. When all was said and done, after being out 3 days, she'd only come back for 1. And now she was out again. Who knew it would come, who knew if she would come tomorrow?
うん。
Yeah.
でも、さとこちゃんから電話があったって先生言ってました。
But the teacher said she got a phone call from Satoko-chan.
風邪って言ってたよね。
She said she had a cold.
みんな家に帰ったらうがいをちゃんとしましょうって先生言ってました。
Chie-sensei said everyone should make sure to rinse their mouths out really well. Wait a minute, Chie-sensei. That's a little too thick-headed, don't you think? You're a teacher, aren't you? Why can't you be more sensitive and catch on to the fact that your pupil is sending out an SOS? But, even if she did, there was nothing we could hope for. The most she could do was a home visitation. She didn't have any right to take Satoko from her uncle into safety. No matter the result, it would end up just like the public agencies, with a wait-and-see attitude. It would just piss Satoko's uncle off, and her suffering would only grow deeper. Then wasn't saying she had a cold the best option?
そうだな。
She's right.
みんなも風邪に気をつけろよ。
Be careful not to catch a cold, got it.
もう行っていいぜ。
You can go now.
昼休みはまだ長いぞ。
There's still plenty of time left in lunch break. The girls excitedly scattered into the schoolyard.
ケイチくん!
Oh, Geichi-kun! Rina was yelling out the classroom window, waving her hand. A moment later, Mion and Rika-chan poked their heads out too.
ケイイチまでお休みしましたから、とても心配しましたのですよ。
We were very worried that even you would be absent today.
でもよかった。
Thank goodness.
顔色もそんなに悪くないし、とりあえず元気そう。
You don't seem sick. You look pretty okay. I felt a little uncomfortable with her saying that I didn't look sick, but I didn't care that much.
どうしたの?
What happened?
寝坊?
Overslept?
遅刻は遅刻だろ。
Well, late is late.
それとも電車の事故で遅刻したとでも言えば許してくれるのか?
Think if I said I was late because of a train accident, she'd let it slide?
寝坊?
You overslept? Mion was being a bit persistent. Was she going to put on her club president cap and scold me for being late? Well, maybe she didn't have it in for me, so I briefly stated that she was right.
まだね、お弁当あるよ。
There's still more bento.
みんなで食べよう。
Everyone eat up!
やっぱりね、ケイチくんがいないと盛り上がらないよね。
Without Ketchikun here, we couldn't have any fun.
さとこは休みなんだな。
Satoko is still absent, huh? Even Rina, feigning cheerfulness, couldn't stand to hear that, and her face darkened.
朝、電話があったらしいよ。
She called this morning.
風がぶり返したから、また休むってさ。
Apparently she said her cold came back and she was staying home again.
長引くかもしれないって言ってた。
She said it might go on for a while too.
かわいそうなので、みんなでお見舞いに行こうという話が出ていますのですよ。
She must be sad, so we were all talking about going to visit.
何言ってんだよ、リカちゃん。
What are you saying, Rika-chan? Not pleased with Rika-chan wearing a wide smile as though it was a happy occasion, I threw cold water on her. Jesus.
サトコが風邪なんかじゃないことは、俺たちが一番知ってるだろ。
I guess that might have been figuratively, but still. Shoot her down. We know best of all she doesn't have a cold, don't we?
たとえ冗談でも、二度とそういう白々しいことを言うな。
Don't ever tell a fib like that again, even as a joke.
次は怒るからな。
Get mad next time. Rika-chan furrowed her brow, looked down, and mumbled an apology.
圭一君だけじゃないよ。
It's not just you, Kechi-kun.
みんな辛いよ。
It's hard. For everyone.
俺だけが悩んでるなんて思ってない。
I know I'm not the only one worrying.
でも、みんな何もできないのは本当だろ。
But none of us can do anything either, can we?
それはそうだけど。
That's true, but...
でも...
But... I got the feeling I would cause another fight if this exchange went on. So I apologized first.
ごめん。
Sorry.
謝るから、今の話は忘れてくれ。
I'm sorry, so forget about what I just said.
辛いのは、みんなも同じだよな。
It's hard for everyone, right?
ああ。
It must be. It was at least clear, however, that I was the only one who had worried so much about rescuing her. At the very least, everyone else probably got the normal amount of sleep last night. Probably had good dreams, too. They definitely hadn't stayed up all night thinking so desperately.
登校してきていきなりこんなこと聞いて気を悪くするかもしれないけど
I know it might not be what you want to hear right after you get to school.
ケイちゃん今日遅刻したよね
But you were late today, Ki-chan.
サトコが今日欠席したこととは関係ある
Did it have anything to do with Satoko being absent?
は
Huh?
ミオン、お前、何の話してるんだ
Mion, what are you talking about?
ケイちゃんはたまにちょっとつ猛進なところがあるからね
Sometimes you act kind of foolhardily, Ki-chan.
今朝サトコと一緒にケイちゃんも休んだ時
And both you and her were absent this morning?
サトコを家から連れ出してどこかにかくまったんじゃないかって本気で思った
We seriously thought you might have kidnapped her and hidden her somewhere. Easy for you to say. If I could have, I'd have done that last night. None of them had really thought about how difficult that clear-as-day solution was. I was up thinking all night, thinking until the night was brightening. And then, I concluded that I couldn't do anything of the sort.
バカかお前。
Don't be dumb.
人間一人かくまうなんてできるもんかよ。
I couldn't hide someone.
そうだね
You're right.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
気を悪くしたなら謝るよ
I apologize if I upset you.
別にいいよ。
Don't worry about it.
それより、飯にしようぜ。
Anyway, let's eat some food.
腹が減ってんだ。
I'm starving. I took my bento box out of my bag. Everyone moved to make a spot for me to sit.
前原くん
Myra-kun,
今来たんですか
did you just get here? And just as I was about to stick my chopsticks in, Chie-sensei came along.
あ、はい。
Yeah.
遅刻してすみません。
Sorry for being late.
寝坊しまして。
I overslept. What the heck? Even the teacher was giving me that strange look.
お弁当を食べたら委員長と前原くんは職員室に来てください
When you're finished eating, could you and the president come to the teacher's lounge?
ちょっとお話がありますので
There's something I want to talk about. Probably about Satoko, I thought. Sensei left it at that and went back into the hallway.
弁当を食うまでもないだろ
Eating lunch can wait.
う。行こうぜ、ミオ。
Let's go, Mion.
そうだね
You're right. Mion and I exchanged looks, nodded to each other, got up.
さとこちゃんの話だろうね。
It's probably about Satoko-chan. No doubt about it. They were saying she had a cold, but everyone in class knew the truth. I didn't think that wouldn't have reached the teacher's ears by now.
僕がずっととぼけるので、僕に聞くのをやめたのでしょう。
I kept playing dumb, so I think she gave up asking me. Revealing the truth to the teacher would only worsen the situation. Was that why she hadn't said anything? Or was it because she was Satoko's friend and knew that she was trying to endure the trial of her uncle's abuse in order to get her brother to come home?
どうする
What should we do?
今のうちに私たちなりの統一見解を出した方がいいかもね
Maybe we should use this chance to get a collective opinion.
リカちゃんはどうしたい
What do you want to do, Rika-chan? Me. Satoko's closest and best friend was Rika-chan. However much I pretended to be her Nini, didn't come close to the amount of time they'd spent together. So I felt like her opinion should be held in the highest regard.
俺はサトコがどうしておじにいじめられてるのを耐えてるか知ってる。
I know why Satoko is enduring her uncle's torture. Everyone looked startled and turned to me.
昔のサトコはいじめられるときっと泣きながら兄の背中に隠れてた。
Back then, whenever Satoko was abused, she probably cried and hid behind her brother.
でも結局そのせいで兄が逃げてしまったんだと
But Satoko thinks that, in the end,
サトコは思ってる。
that's why her brother ran away.
誰に聞いたのかな。
Who did you hear that from?
監督か。
The coach, I bet. I nodded quietly.
サトコはおじのいじめに耐えれば兄が帰ってくると信じることによって今を耐え抜こうとしてるのかもしれない。
Satoko believes her brother will come back if she can withstand the abuse. Maybe that's why she's trying to push through.
でもそんな思い込みとサトシが帰ってくるのは全く無関係なことだ。
But that assumption has nothing to do with Satoshi coming back.
サトコには悪いがそれが現実だ。
It hurts to say that about Satoko, but it's the truth. Everyone hung their heads. Everyone was thinking the same thing.
サトコは多分誰の助けも喜ばない。
Satoko probably won't be happy no matter who helps her.
自分一人の力で耐え忍びたいと思ってる。
She wants to withstand everything with her own strength.
でもそれを尊重してやるのが果たして正しいだろうか。
But is it really right to respect that?
俺は思わない。
I don't think it is.
一時サトコに恨まれることになろうとサトコの意志に関わらず助けるべき時があると思う。
Even if Satoko hates us for a while, I think there will come a time when we need to save her against her will.
俺はそれが今じゃないかと思ってる。
And I think that time might be now. I told them all about what I saw and how I felt when I went to Satoko's house yesterday.
圭一君は話すべきだと思ってるってことだね。
Kechi-kun, so you think we should tell someone?
もちろん公的機関への通報でサトコが保護されるのが確定してからだ。
Of course. Only after we're sure that reporting it to the public agency will guarantee your safety.
その確認のないうちはサトコをかえって危険にさらすこともあり得るからな。
Without being sure of that, it could just get more dangerous for her instead.
難しいね。
It's a difficult problem.
先生との会話の中でその確約ってのが取れるわけ？
You think we can get a definite promise out of the teacher? I had no confidence. But we had to try. Meanwhile, Rika-chan had her hand raised for a while, as if asking for an opportunity to speak.
圭一に任せますです。
I will leave it to Kechi.
いいのかいリカちゃん。
What? Is that okay, Rika-chan?
圭一はここにいる誰よりもサトコのことを考えていますです。
Kechi is thinking about Satoko more than anybody else here.
その圭一が話すべき時だと判断したなら
If
僕
Kechi,
は文句なんか言わないのですよ。
if Kechi thinks that we need to tell someone, then I have no complaints.
ありがとう。ミオンもレナもそれでいいか？
Thanks. Mion? Rina? Are you okay with that? Mion seemed to hesitate, not knowing if she should agree. But when she saw Rina's firm nod, she made up her mind and did the same.
よし
Okay,
行くぞミオン。
let's go, Mion. Right. Only Chie-sensei was in the teacher's lounge. We didn't see the principal anywhere. The schedule on the blackboard under the principal's name said training, going straight home. Our principal's sense of justice was too strong. Satoko's problems wouldn't be solved with something so vague. Maybe it was a stroke of good luck that he wasn't here. When the teacher saw Mion and I come in, she closed up her curry bento, saving the rest for later.
そこへおかけなさい。
Sit over there, please. She told us to take a seat in the chairs directly in front of the principal's seat. I hadn't sat in this chair since doing the paperwork for transferring in. The two of us sat there uncomfortably before the teacher walked over carrying a notebook and a ballpoint pen and sat in front of us.
前原くん、今日は午前中お休みでしたけど、何かありましたか？
Myberkun, you were absent this morning. Did something happen?
すみません、寝坊です。
I'm sorry, I overslept.
本当に？
Really?
先生に嘘言っても。
I have no reason to lie. She narrowed her eyes at me in suspicion. Now I was sure of it. She wanted to talk about Satoko.
まず、二人とも知ってると思いますけど、お友達の北条さんがここしばらくお休みしてますね。
In any case, I think you two already know, but your friend Hojo-san has been away frequently lately. Neither Mion nor I had anything to say in response. But the teacher proceeded, not minding.
何か知っていますか？
Would you happen to know anything?
クラスで良くない噂をしている人たちがいます。
There are some people in class spreading bad rumors. Mion looked down and remained silent, as though she were being lectured. She sent me a quick glance. Everyone had made up their minds. They'd be leaving things to me.
委員長？
Mion-kun?
前原くんも。
Or you, Myberkun?
先生は別に怒ってるんじゃありませんよ。
I won't get mad or anything, okay?
もしも知っていたら教えてほしいとお願いしているだけです。
If you know something, I just want you to tell me.
先生。
Sensei?
先にこっちから質問してもいいですか？
Can we ask you a question first? She must not have anticipated that response. She looked surprised.
クラス中で聡子のどんな噂が飛び交ってるかは知りませんが。
I don't know what rumors are going around about Satoko in class.
仮にその噂が真実だったとして、先生はどうするつもりですか？
But if those rumors happen to be true, what would you do, Sensei?
どうするもこうするも。
Well, what would I do?
その話が本当なら放っておけません。
If it's true, then I can't leave it alone.
放っておけないって具体的にはどう放っておけないんですか？
Can't leave what alone, exactly? What would you do? Sensei's eyebrows shot up. Maybe I said it like I was trying to pick a fight.
前原くん、
Myberkun,
先生は真面目にお話ししてるんですよ。
I'm being serious here.
先生こそ。
So am I.
俺はすごく真面目な話をしているんです。
I'm also being completely serious right now. What are the chances that they're talking about two different possible situations? Because the way this is setting up, it's like they're doing that dance of like, they don't know what the other's thinking or what the rumor's possibly being. Of course, Kechi and Mion would think that they're talking about the abusive uncle situation, but what if the teacher is thinking something even different, especially because she pulled the two of them in. So am I. I'm also being completely serious right now.
まず答えてください。
Please answer me.
真実だったとしてどう放っておけないんです？
If it were true, what wouldn't you leave alone? Sensei took a few breaths, then began to speak slowly.
まず
First,
状況を確かめるために北条さんの家を家庭訪問します。
I'd have to visit Hojo-san's house to confirm the situation.
おじに怒鳴りつけられて追い返されるかもしれませんね。
Her uncle might get mad and drive you away, though.
まあいいや。
Well, okay.
仮におじと聡子に会えたとします。
Let's say you did meet up with Satoko and her uncle.
それで
Then what?
そして真意を聞きます。
Then I'd ask whether it was true.
その事実が確認できたなら指導します。
Once I got the facts, I'd go from there.
指導って曖昧な言い方はやめてください。
Please stop talking so vaguely.
具体的には何をするんですか？
What exactly would you do? Even despite my tone being so provocative, Chie-sensei bit back her emotions and listened calmly. I thought then that she was a good teacher. Chie-sensei really did have her students' best interests at heart. But she didn't have the power or the authority to save Satoko. If she let her sense of justice run away with her, the situation could get more complex. Sensei folded her arms. For a few moments, she closed her eyes as though mentally concentrating. and when they opened again, there was a strictness in her eyes I'd never seen before.
児童福祉法という法律があります。
There's a law called the Child Welfare Law.
この法律で児童に対する虐待は何人に対しても認められていないことが明記されています。
It clearly states that abuse against children will not be allowed, no matter who it is.
らしいですね。
So it would seem.
それで
Then what?
沖宮の生活相談所へ通報します。
I contact the Okinomiya Child Consultation Center.
さっき前原くんは追い返されると言いましたね。
You said just now that I'd be turned away, didn't you?
この相談所の職員は必要に応じて警察官を同行させることができます。
Child welfare officers can bring the police with them if the situation demands.
恫喝には絶対に屈しません。
They will not submit to intimidation.
その福祉士というお役所の人は連絡して書類で申請して何日後に助けに来てくれるんです。
How many days would it take after you contact the social worker and submit the paperwork for her to be saved?
即日です。
It'd be the same day.
彼らの仕事は児童の安全を緊急に保護することですから。
Their job is to guarantee the immediate safety of children.
知ってますよ。
I know that.
緊急性があると判断された場合ですよね。
That's if they decide there's an urgent need.
認められなかったら先生と同じ
If they didn't, then they'd do the same as you.
指導をして様子見をするんですよね。
They'd go from there. They'd just wait and see, right?
見てるだけ。
They'd just watch.
聡子のおじの機嫌を悪くして聡子をその場に残したまま
It would
それ
make
っきり
it would make Satoko's uncle's mood sour, and Satoko would be stuck with him there.
ケイちゃん、ちょっと言い過ぎ。
Kei-chan, that's going a little too far.
嘘はついてないだろ。
I'm not lying, am I?
去年だか一昨年だかに児童相談所が来た時がまさにそうだったんだろう。
Last year, or the year before, whatever. That's exactly what happened when the child welfare people came, isn't it?
その結果どうなった？
And what happened then?
俺よりもミオや先生の方がよっぽどよく知ってるだろうが。
You and Sensei would know about it a lot better than I would. I had said too much. Didn't mean on to tell me that. I was talking crazy and itching for a fight. I was supposed to be telling her about the situation only after I was sure we could save Satoko, but I basically told her everything right from the start. Chie-sensei looked at the clock, stood up, picked up the phone at the principal's seat.
もしもし、
Hello?
内線の3455をお願いします。
Put me through to extension 3455, please.
いいの？ケイちゃん。
Is this okay, Kei-chan?
本当に大丈夫かな？
Is this really okay? It was too late. The die had been cast. Now we could only pray.
お世話になっております。
Oh, thank you for answering my call.
ひなみ沢文校教諭の千恵と申しますが、指導室の渡辺主事はいらっしゃいますでしょうか？
I'm Chie, a licensed teacher at the Hinamizawa branch school. Would Director Watanabe happen to be in the guidance office?
はい、ええ。
Yes, that's right.
ちょっと急用がございまして、至急校長と連絡が取りたいのですが。
Something urgent came up, so I'd like to contact the principal as soon as I can.
はい。
Yes,
お願いします。
thank you.
緊急とお伝えください。
Please tell him immediately.
よろしくお願いします。
Yes, thank you. Teacher put down the phone and tilted her head back and took a breath, like I always did.
二人にもう一度だけ聞きます。
I'll ask the two of you again.
クラスのみんなの噂はすべて本当なんですね。
Are the rumors going around class really true?
はい。
Yes.
俺は昨日聡子の家に行って実際にどういうことになっているのか見ました。
Yesterday, I went to Satoko's house, and I saw for myself just how bad it really is.
あとは先生に任せてください。
You can leave the rest to me.
さとこちゃんはきっと先生が何とかします。
I'll definitely do something for Satoko-chan.
なんとか？
Something?
いい加減なことを言わないでください。
Please stop saying such ambiguous things. I hate to say it, but Kechi just wants the impossible. He wants to be able to snap his fingers and a solution to just happen. And I mean, I'm not necessarily saying like, oh, yeah, great, you know, what's happening is gonna work and or is the best solution or whatever the case is, but like he essentially wants the impossible, which is to say a 100% success rate at doing what he wants to happen to Satoko. But again, as we talked about, not only is you have to overcome and save Satoko, for lack of a better term, but also Satoko wants to be saved. Satoko would have to want to be saved, and all signs are pointing toward that not being the case. So I don't know what the fuck he wants or what he expects. I mean, that's the whole point, right? We're supposed to see that he's blinded by this rage, this sadness, he got so close to the Satoko person, and then he's seeing this injustice happen to her, and he's clearly feels dutiful and feels like it's up to him and his responsibility. So we're supposed to see that he is so blinded by that he wants the impossible to be done. But yeah, it's I mean, this is just that teacher. She's just doing what she can. She's like, the only thing is, what is it? He wants her to show up to the dude's house and just take out the uncle. He just wants someone to take out the uncle, which then goes back to the whole, like, hey, let's find out who the hell is in charge of the Oyashiro-sama curse happenings, potentially, and try to get them to take out the uncle, potentially. But, I mean, short of that, anyone else you rope into this, Kechi, is not going to be able to do much. The teacher is not going to show up to the uncle's house with a gun and just knock on the door and then take him out like an assassin. Kechi says, something. Please stop saying such ambiguous things. Not something. We have to save her. If they end up deciding to wait and see again, how do you plan on taking responsibility? I was yelling, the phone rang. Chie-sensei snatched the receiver up first. Hello? Oh, I apologize for interrupting your training. Yes. Actually, it's about the issue with Satoko Hojo-san. Yes. Sensei waved us away, telling us we could leave now. Mion went to leave, but I held my ground. I had a responsibility to make sure she stopped saying such vague, ambiguous things. If it didn't look like she was going to say anything substantial, then I'd tell them the truth, even if I had to steal the phone from her. Yes? No, I haven't contacted them yet. Yes. I haven't confirmed it, but it seems pretty bad from what the children are saying. It's not just pretty bad. Do something about it. Right now. If you're going to report it, then I don't care who you tell. But I swear, if they end up just waiting and watching, I will never forgive you. I yelled angrily at Sensei and the principal on the other end. I wanted to somehow, some way, convey to them just how dangerous her situation was right now. I understand that. I'll tell them as much. Mion-kun, please take Maibara-kun back to the classroom. Yes, ma'am. Let's go, Ki-chan. We should leave this to the teachers now. You better promise. Until the very last moment, I glared at Sensei. Chie-sensei, feeling pressured by the likes of me. Idiot. This isn't the time to feel pressured. Now's the time when you give me a firm nod to reassure me. Even so, we've already left things in our hands. It's very weird that we got painted this picture of fucking Kechi, like, fucking just hourly lashing out at the teacher of all people. Such a weird side character for this to happen to. Even so, we've already left things in our hands. At this point, we really can't do anything but pray. Bang! Mion shut the door to the teacher's lounge. Don't let me down, Chie. Okay, cool. Let's read these. Article 2. Definition of child abuse. The term child abuse means the following acts committed by a custodian, meaning a person who exercises parental authority, a guardian of a minor, or other person who is currently engaged in the custody of a child. Hereinafter, the same shall apply. Against a child, meaning a person who is under 18 years of age. Hereinafter, the same shall apply. 1. Assault a child in a manner that will cause or is likely to cause external injury on the body of a child. 2. Engage in indecency against a child or cause a child to engage in indecency. 3. Substantially reduce the amount of food for the child or abandon and neglect the child for a long time period in a manner that may interfere with normal development of the child mentally or physically, or otherwise materially fail to perform the duty of a custodian. Or 4. Speak or behave in a manner that would be significantly traumatic to the child. Article 3. Prohibition of child abuse. No person shall abuse a child. Law number, Act number 82 of 2000. Authored by the Minister of Health and Welfare. Ooh, stats. Year 19... Principal abusers. In cases reported to the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Total, 5,352. Mother by blood, 2,943, 55%. Mother not by blood, 203, 3.8%. Father by blood, 1,445, or 27%. Father not by blood, 488, 9.1%. Year, 19 something. Instances by type of abuse. Case reported to the Minister of Health and Welfare. Total, 5,352. Physical abuse, 2,780, 51.9%. Neglect, abandonment of child, 1,728, or 32.3%. Psychological abuse, 458, or 8.6%. Forbidden from going to school, 75, or 1.4%. Sexual violence, 311, 5.8%. Don't like that the music picked up right when the sexual violence popped up. Oh boy. Alright. Okay. Alright, and on that note, the stream is done. Yay. So, Higurashi streams will return for Tuesday. I know this past week on Tuesday there was no Higurashi stream, but next week Tuesday should be a go for Higurashi. So excited for that. Also, well, Saturday might be impacted, but I'm gonna wait till a little closer. I'm gonna wait till at least at the latest Tuesday for when the next Higurashi stream to finally make the determination about Saturday. So, good stuff. I think we're making progress. Look at that. End of chapter 7. If there's, I think there was 12 chapters within the other chapters or something like that. So we're definitely halfway if it's the same amount. So that's good. Good stuff. We're making progress. I feel like we got a good pace. I think we're not at all in danger of not finishing this by the end of the year. Just like Umineko. Is there anything else to say? I don't think there is. Other than, as always, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Had a great Saturday night. Enjoyed the story. Or not. You know. Some heavier Satoko abuse like stories going on, stuff like that. Enjoy the rest of your night, enjoy the rest of your weekend. As I said, the plan for tomorrow is to hopefully be on most of the afternoon. So here's to me hopefully being able to stick to that. until then, stay safe, stay well, and I will see you in another stream.